health is actually a thing, and kind of coincidentally, wasn't meant to be on purpose, but had some therapy yesterday afternoon, a therapy session that I have once a week, and yeah, I gotta tell you, it kind of helps you think and get connected with and think about things that maybe you've shoved aside or not thought about for a long time that maybe might be hindering you or coming up as a blocker for you or a limiting belief. Really interesting to just kind of get there and just say, hey, let's get down in there. Let's kind of embrace this a little bit and not reject it, not say like what never happened, but use it as a part of us and as a part of a tool to learn. So anyway, if that's something that you're thinking about, I encourage you maybe to just give yourself some time and some space to focus on your mental health. And maybe mental health for you is just going out on a nice walk, going out on a little forest bath out there and just absorbing the sun and the trees and the birds and all the little critters out there. Well, then do that. Just give your brain a chance to rest and relax today if you can. Speaking of today, on this day in 1781, yeah, all the way back. I don't know how they figured that was the exact day, but that was the founding of Los Angeles. I don't know if that's the first day that a building went up there or somebody said, well, this spot by this river looks nice. I think I'll settle in here. And about 400 years from now, 300 years from now, this property will be worth a lot of money. But whoever was there, congratulations on founding Los Angeles today in 1781. On this day, the first broadcast of a U.S. presidential speech coast to coast via television happened in 1951. We had George Eastman's patent of the roll film camera in 1888. And on this day, searching the internet just got a whole lot easier because on this day, the founding of Google happened by Larry Page and Sergey Brin in 1998. Yeah, all the way back in 1998, Google was founded. I actually have some Google news here in just a little bit, talking about their big old lawsuit that was happening with them. Judge handed down some things, and apparently what was good for Google was also good for Apple. Apparently there was a lot of money that's been exchanging hands and will continue to exchange hands. We'll talk a little bit about that here coming up in just a bit. But hey, if today is your birthday, happy stinking birthday to you. I hope you have a fantastic day today. If your birthday happens to be today, well, you share it with this guy, producer Adam. If you can get the clip up, let's hear him.
Paul Harvey. Good day.
That's right. A voice probably familiar to you and to me. I kind of grew up. My dad always had Paul Harvey news and comment on in the morning when he was driving us to school in the morning, and I loved, even as a kid. I don't know what it is about Paul Harvey. Producer Shane's in the building. Shane, do you remember Paul Harvey news and comment? Did you ever listen to him?
Only in the afternoon. It was interesting. The country station that just played music where I was growing up.
Yeah.
Every day at 5 o'clock, they had his little the rest of the story.
The rest of the story. The guy's like an institution.
Yeah.
His rest of the story. I remember just being on the edge of my seat listening to his and how he would craft a story and how he would tell a story and how he would just pause for the long. I remember his pauses, but there's that Paul Harvey. Good day. Up at the end there was always, it's iconic. So Paul Harvey, born on this day in 1918.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah. The same thing. It's like, oh, wow. Passed away in 2009. It seems like just the other day we were listening to him. But yeah, Paul Harvey, American radio host, born on this day in 1918. So happy birthday to Paul Harvey today. Let's see, other birthdays include this is from the radio, Dr. Drew. Do you remember Dr. Drew at all? Like back in the 90s?
Wasn't he like in the Shock Jocks?
Yeah. I think like him and Adam Carolla did a thing back in the day. Yeah, Dr. Drew. Now he just shows up in YouTube for me and all my YouTube feeds, like trying to hawk this like fat burning thing or whatever. American radio and television host, born on this day in 1958. Let's see. Mark Ronson, English DJ, producer, songwriter, born on this day in 1975. And Kyle Mooney, American comedic actor and screenwriter, born on this day in 1984. So happy birthday to them, and happy birthday to you as we're getting started on this Thursday. Producer Shane, how you feeling today? I know you had a little bit of a cold going on there. Feeling any better today?
Yeah, but still got the sniffle
Yeah.
Hold it here a little bit. Walk in the door, and of course, that's when it starts working.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Stay on that side of the. Stay on that side of the studio. I can't get. I don't have any more sick time. I can't get sick. But yeah, welcome back. We've got Sean Rebay coming in today. So yeah, we're gonna have him sit in the hot seat there. We'll do 3 headlines and a lie a little bit later on today. But speaking of the day, hey, he's been waiting patiently in the wings. We need to find out what our weather is looking like for today. For that, we're gonna turn it over to meteorologist Tim Root, and this weather report is brought to you by S&B Smog Hog. Hey, is your registration due? Do you have incomplete registration? Is your smog required? Well, think S&B Smog Hog, located at 350 Sacramento Street here in Auburn. All right, Timmy, take it away.
Thursday weather forecast is calling for mostly sunny skies today. Temperature this afternoon in the low 90s. Southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, 60 to 65, and very light winds. A little bit cooler in the mid-80s or so on Friday, mostly sunny skies, and low 80s over the weekend. Should be a nice weekend, mostly sunny skies Saturday and Sunday. This is meteorologist Tim Root from FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI.
Thank you, Tim. 9 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:09 a.m. Producer Shane pointed out a birthday that I missed here. We'll talk a little bit about that. He's like, this guy's actually made quite a name for himself. I was like, I would have never heard of him, but actually he's doing quite a lot here. We will talk about that. Coming up next, we're talking about Google. The judge that basically ruled against Google a few years back basically didn't have as harsh a sentence as to what they had to do and what potentially they might have had to pay. And there's a reason why. There's one reason why, which you might have guessed or maybe guessed that's why Google doesn't have to pay as much. They've got some competition, Producer Shane. We guess what Google's competition is and why why the judge didn't hand down Google such a harsh penalty here.
I listened to one newscast about this yesterday, and well, I'm in the same view as that person. Google did not get any. They got basically nothing.
They got nothing. They absolutely. They didn't. I don't think they even got a slap on the wrist.
No.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that. Yeah. We're gonna hold our opinions over for the break. We'll be back with more right after this.
San Francisco Giants baseball is on the voice of the foothills, KAHI, AM and FM.
And this is hit high and deep and out of here.
Into the bleachers, a 2-run homer, 4-0 Giants. The throw to first, it's high, pulling the first baseman off the bag, and there's nobody at the plate. Jung-Hoo Lee very alertly sprints home to score the run.
Not able to tune into AM 950 KI whenever you want? That's not fair. Have a strict boss that only listens to music and never local news? He's not very informed then, but you knew that. Don't worry, you can get KI's up-to-the-minute news information and local advice from our talented KI news team anywhere you want now. Follow KI on Twitter or like KI on Facebook to receive local news updates multiple times a day. You can also download our KI radio app at KI.com and enjoy the voice of the foothills at AM 950 KI at any time, day or night.
Hi, this is Jimmy J. Let's get together this Saturday night at 8 p.m. for the Rewind Show on KAHI, the first station in the world to ever broadcast this show. And thanks to you, boy, have we grown. If you haven't already, be sure to tune in to find out what the rest of the world is talking about. The stars you grew up with are always on Rewind. Saturday night, 8 p.m., right here on the voice of the foothills, AM 950 KAHI.
It is 12 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:12 a.m. Producer Shay, our conversations during the break, it's like something like, okay, how much do we say of this on air? How much do we actually have to keep here? And I'll let you decide how much, because definite opinions coming here when it comes to Google. This is from the Morning Brew, and Shane, interested to see what you heard and kind of your opinions on this the other day. The judge that basically brought this landmark it's a landmark case. Judge Amit Mehta decided that Google can keep making default agreement contracts which pay device and browser makers, including Samsung, Mozilla, that's Firefox, by the way, and most of all, Apple, to make Google their default search engine, like on Safari. Mata said, these types of deals can proceed as long as the contracts don't require exclusive use of Google products, effectively protecting Apple's revenue and Google's seamless access to 1 billion plus iPhone users. His rationale was that cutting off payments from Google could have harmed or even decimated some businesses, and they give the example like Mozilla Firefox. And basically, it seems like with all of this, this illegal, basically it was a monopoly. Google had a monopoly. They were elbowing any other competition out. And so and you think about, like, Google is a verb. It's like, it's pretty ubiquitous throughout our society when it comes to the internet of like, well, yeah, just Google it. But things are possibly changing. They're getting some competition here. But basically, you and I were talking about what could have been just it could have been a really big thing. We don't even think it's like a slap on the wrist.
It's not even a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
It's like a 221-page opinion basically saying, but it'll hurt their feelings if they lose their money. Yeah.
Is this a everybody gets a trophy type of thing?
It kind of is. I mean, which is, it's really interesting because it was this exact same judge this one declared a year ago.
Right.
This is unquestionably illegal. And yet there's no penalty with it.
Yeah.
So there's like, you do the crime and there's no time, which is ridiculous.
Well, it really, and that's the confusing thing is it's the same judge who a few years back, and I get that all of this takes time and they have to get their case together and they have to get all the supporting evidence and yada, yada, yada. But then I don't know if your mind went the same place. What I is like, what happened? Like, was there I don't know, I think like backroom deals or some sort of payment or like what influenced the judge to basically, it seems like pretty hot and heavy on this trail, and now all of a sudden it just dissipates into the air.
Yeah. Oh, one commentator yesterday said it almost feels like that judge that suddenly let off the mafia guys, and you could see his eyes are shifting around the room, like, making sure.
Yeah, well,
that's not going to off him, right in the moment. I think of what Miracle on 34th Street, when the judge there, he's trying to decide about Santa Claus, and he looks to William Fred Mertz from I Love Lucy, by the way, and he's just kind of looking at him like, oh no, what do I do here? And the guy in the audience is nodding his head like, you better make a decision here, and you better make the right one. Yeah.
Otherwise, the consequences, I get it. It's not easy to be a judge, but
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's bought off. I don't think he is, but still.
I don't know. I kind of went down that road, but anyway,
it crossed my
go
mind
ahead.
too. I won't deny it. But it's like Firefox will lose 80% of their revenue, or Mozilla will.
Yeah.
But the sad truth is, Mozilla has not invested in things like Firefox in years.
Well, see, that's so interesting. Like, I don't even think about that because when I think of Firefox, I think, well, that's the secure browser. Like, that's like if you want to, it's almost like your punk rock browser in a way. They go against the flow, and it's the anti-Google in a way. So, like, yeah, I like to use Firefox. Like, I use multiple browsers throughout the day. I will be honest with you, like, Chrome is the default browser for work that I use, and like a lot of, I don't know, you're a developer, like I feel like a lot of stuff is developed around Chrome and for Chrome. Is that true?
Yeah, because Chrome is now the dominant browser, and then
ain't nobody really developing for Safari right off the top of the bat.
No,
I don't
but
think.
So both are based on the same browser engine under the surface called WebKit, which is created by Apple.
Okay.
So Safari uses it. Chrome, then it's open source. Google picked it up, created Chrome off that.
Oh, really?
And then
we're inside baseball here.
Yeah, and then also Brave has been created off of the same WebKit engine.
Okay.
A bunch of things are. Well, Microsoft Edge is based off of it now. That's why a lot of Chrome plugins just work on Edge.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So Mozilla has a different engine. Gecko is what it's called. And
Okay.
It's been its own thing for a long, long time.
Yeah. It seems like the anti-search. It's a search engine, but like the anti-search engine.
Yeah.
But what they're saying here is that basically, if that happens, they basically just go away. They'll disappear.
Yeah, because Mozilla will lose 80% of their funding. But personally, they're not known as a software maker anymore. Their own tagline is, "We are a global collective of activists."
Okay.
And so they're championing a lot of different causes that have nothing to do with software. So I personally don't feel as bad for them because they've lost their way. They're not doing their core thing. Firefox has been getting buggier and buggier.
Yeah.
I used it for a long time. And what the straw that broke the camel's back was about 6 months ago or so. They changed their terms of service. It says we have a worldwide royalty-free
non-exclusive license to anything you input into Firefox, which means you type your passwords in. Technically, legally speaking, they have access to them. And they're
Are
like,
you?
oh,
Really?
yeah, they're like,
Oh.
Their argument was, but we need to say that stuff just to pass it through, so we can send it to the websites that you're logging into, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, but nobody else does that. Oh, that's never been an issue.
Interesting.
So it was really it was creepy, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm done with Firefox.
That's interesting to know. I did not know that. Wow. Okay.
I only use it for 1% of my things anymore, which is
well, I use it for a company login. So apparently, if they're going to have access to that, it's a company login. It's not my personal one. But okay,
I use Brave for all my personal stuff now. I use Chrome for all the work stuff because we use Google's suite of stuff. I'm like, well, Google's already got a draft, whatever.
Yeah, you kind of have to for like a business in the corporate. Yeah, like everything's Google Docs and Google Suite. So yeah, you've got to do that. That's super interesting. Well, that's good to know. Ask a subject matter expert. That's what we're going to. Well, basically, the judge Mata decided that Google does not have to sell. Again, this is from the Morning Brew. It does not have to sell off Chrome or Android, which that was a big thing because they basically dominate. Yeah, a lot of the search, a lot of the like the Google Suite, and then that just extends right over to Android. But I was surprised to find out how you think like all these companies position themselves as we're our own thing, and we've got this thing, and we have intellectual property and proprietary this, that, and the other thing. But looking at this, how intertwined, like, and the big thing between Android and Apple, but like. There's a bridge between them going.
Oh, they're every day. Yeah.
So much. And how much money is going between all of them. So it's like, okay, maybe it's a platform issue. Maybe it seems like to me, and the more I read this, I'm like, is that like just a fake rivalry just to get them to buy their products? Right. But they're so interdependent on each other.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's really interesting. Well, anyway, their worst fears, analysts' worst fears that they were going to have to sell off and split all that up. Basically, he didn't order the tech juggernaut to do that, but they did order them to share some search data with competitors, which Google is planning to appeal. Yeah, I'm sure they want to keep that locked down. They don't want to keep, they don't want to put that out there. But also another reason why he didn't go so hard on them is what he said is basically the judge cited that recent AI advances as a reason that he didn't intervene more harshly, since Google now faces search competition from ChatGPT, Claude, and other chatbots that didn't exist when this case was filed in 2020.
That's a bad excuse.
So I look at that and I'm like, I think like with all of that, and there are folks like that are using AI more as a search engine and not just that. But that, I mean, for that to overcome everything that Google does, and like the fact that you can't, I can't imagine that Google isn't already maneuvering in those spaces as well.
Oh, they absolutely are.
Like if they've got the money to do it, they're going to absolutely start maneuvering in those spaces.
That's the other big thing against Google. That actually could have been used as the thing in the case too. So not only did they have the default placement, but now they're not even passing traffic onto the following sites, because you go to Google, you're like, why is the sky blue? And now you get the AI summary at the top.
Yeah.
That has already crawled all those different websites out there. And so a lot of websites have seen their ad revenue drop by 90% or more.
Yeah.
Because people are not clicking through. There might be a science article of why is the sky blue. There might be a educational children's article about why is the sky, so that you might have found all these relevant web results that you can go pick which site you want to go look at based on Google's whatever search results gets. But the AI summary is trusted enough, whether it's accurate or not is different, but trusted enough that people don't even bother clicking through.
And that's the thing. It is how, and they, in the little AI thing at the bottom there, it says it can make mistakes, so verify it is. I'm like, well, where do I go to verify it? If I pull, I mean, you got to kind of go through. I'm not going down to the library to verify this, so I'm going to go to other sites. My wife and I were having a conversation the other day. She came across something. She says, interesting that potentially traditional websites as we know them, will they disappear if we're just starting to use AI now? If I just use AI to basically aggregate all of my information, why would I go to a website if I've just got it all listed out there for me? Maybe a company has to have a website to, like, if you're going to go check out their products or whatnot. But like for these informational websites, will they stick around?
Some won't. Some because some are dependent upon advertising and other things like that to pay the bills. But at the end of the day, you still got to have the source for the AI to get the data
Well,
from.
that's
too.
a good point. That's a good
So
point.
you still need, some kind of expert out there or quasi-expert.
Yeah, but will we? And I guess that maybe that's kind of like their thing that's accessible, but will we ever like visit them? Will we put our eyes on them? Yeah. Well, is it there to train the model, or will we actually be going to website? Like
I think
interesting.
we will,
It'll probably it'll evolve like the internet always has, and always you look at the internet like the internet of 1998. Obviously, is not the internet that we see today, and it won't be the internet that we see 10 years. Oh God, I can imagine what the internet's going to be 10 years from now, what that's going to look like. But yeah, it's really interesting to just kind of think of how all of those. That, some people obviously you and I are very into technology. We use it every day. It's just part of our lives. It's incorporated in what we do. But there's other folks that are, and I kind of admire them, where it's just like, sometimes it can just be too much of a thing. And just to like, can we just simplify? And I look at that and I think about our kids too. Did your son have a good birthday the other day, by the way? Did everything, John, turn what, 15?
15.
Yeah. Happy birthday to him, by the way. I hope it was a good birthday. But I kind of think of like our kids, like, is the pendulum going to swing the other way? And I kind of see it a little bit of swinging the other way of, I don't know, like there's some skepticism brought around it. And I think that's a healthy thing.
Oh, I agree. I mean, we're starting to see the pendulum swing in many different ways culturally. Yeah. Some kids are getting more back into paper books instead of digital everything.
I was watching. There's this travel influencer I was watching on YouTube the other day. And he's like, one of the first things that he bought for. I mean, obviously he's using all the digital cameras and everything like that. He's like, he bought a disposable camera. I'm just gonna you can't do that. Cool. I just want to take some pictures on a disposable camera and just have that feeling of having that tangible thing there and having actual physical photos. I'm like, oh yeah, that used to be a thing. I guess we can do that. I don't always have to just take them on my phone.
Yeah,
it's kind of a good, not that it's the only way to do it, but it is kind of a good reminder that there's still things out there that we can do and it's still physical and tangible, and that's what's going to separate us from just the complete digital world.
Yeah.
Going forward. So. I don't know. It's interesting. Well, lots of thoughts around that. Lots of things going on. If you have any opinions around that, I know some of you out there like technology, don't use it, don't want it. Totally got it. That's totally fine. And also, it does with everything that it does and how it automates our lives now. And it does. I admit it does make our lives easier. If some of that does go away, I'd be like, oh no. Because we've gotten pretty used to it. So I don't know. Well, I guess I don't know that we'll ever land on a total opinion of that one way or the other, but definitely interesting to talk about and see what's going on. All right. It is 25 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:25 a.m. Let's turn it over now to the Fox Business Report.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Private job creation cooled in August as measured by payroll processing company ADP. It says just 54,000 new jobs were created last month, down from July and weaker than expected. Manufacturing jobs declined in August. However, people are making more. Pay was up 4.4% compared with a year ago. Also, new claims for unemployment benefits for the week ending August 30th rose to 237,000, more than expected. The monthly employment report is released on Friday. 1-800-Flowers continued to lose money in the recent quarter on lower sales. It's currently cutting costs. Shoe Carnival says its sales declined in the summer quarter. Customers on tight budgets were pulling back. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda. Invested in you.
I'm alpine skier Michaela Schifrin. I've won the most World Cup ski races in history. But what does success mean to me? Success means discipline. It's teamwork. It's the drive and passion inside of us, and it's why Stifel is one of the fastest growing global wealth management firms in the country. If you're looking for success, surround yourself with the people who will get you there. If you're an advisor or investor, choose Stifel, where success meets success.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated. Member SIPC and NYSE.
Past performance is no indication of future results. Investing involves risk. Consult a financial advisor before making.
Hi, this is Mike Nichols. What are you doing Sunday? Join me for the KAHI Swap Shop this Sunday morning at 8. If you have something to sell, or if you're looking for something, maybe you're having a yard sale, or perhaps you have a freebie you want to give away, you can give me a call and we can chat about it live on the air.
What do you say now? If it's a nice day now, what are you doing Sunday, baby?
Looking for style, savings, and something for everyone? Come to Auburn's department store, McCullough's. From fashion to furniture, beauty to bedding. Find it all under one roof with plenty of parking. And right now, save up to 50% store-wide during McCullough's summer kickoff sale. Family owned and operated. So save time, gas, and money by shopping McCullough's department store in the Auburn Town Center right off of Elm.
Check out the Garden Goddesses here on the Voice of the Foothills Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. Erlene Freeman and Cindy Davis will bring you up to speed on all the latest news and help your garden grow.
Row by row, someone bless.
It's the Garden Goddesses, Saturdays at 8 a.m. here on 104.5 FM and AM 950 and streaming all over the world at KAHI.com. And it is 28 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:28 a.m. And hey, good morning to you, Nevada City. Currently 66 degrees, looking for a high today, a little bit cooler today, of 89 degrees. Well, producer Shane, I've got some sad news for you as we're working up to sports ball here.
Uh-oh.
Well, your pirated sports stream casting service is no longer around. If you were looking for your knockoff ESPN, the Ocho, to watch all of your pirated games being broadcast. Well, apparently, have you heard of Stream East?
No.
Yeah, never heard of them either. So apparently it's not really going to affect my world or your world, or I would imagine maybe most of our listeners' world. But if you were using Stream East to watch pirated broadcasts of sports ball, well, your hopes are now dashed. The Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, or ACE, announced yesterday that the largest illegal sports streaming platform, Stream East, is dead. Just in time for the NFL 2025 season kickoff today. So apparently, if you were banking on some illegally streamed broadcasts of your favorite NFL games, not happening. But check this out. It garnered over 1.6 billion streams over the last year. It averaged roughly 136 million monthly visits. That's not, I don't know, that's not too bad,
No.
According to ACE. And the coalition said it worked with Egyptian authorities to shut down Stream East and its 80 associated domains. Basically, it illegally streamed a huge range of matches and games from Europe's Premier League and Champions League, as well as those from the NFL, NBA, and MLB. It also showed pirated F1 races, MMA fights, and boxing matches. So what does it take to run one of these pirated websites, you might ask? Well, here's what they got when they raided their offices. They got 3 laptops, 4 smartphones, $123,000 in Visa cards, and roughly $200,000 in crypto wallets. So that's what we're doing to keep the operation afloat. And it says it's kind of interesting because you think back to the days of LimeWire and Napster. They said maybe you would steal a car. It's hard to slap a number on just how much digital piracy costs broadcast companies, but one 2025 survey from Brand Finance found that 43% of 14,000 people in 13 countries considered using an unofficial streaming service to watch games. A 2023 study from YouGov found that 11% of adults did actually pirate content in the last year, with about half of them saying they'd done so because the cost was otherwise too high. Yeah, I kind of get that a little bit. Like, if I can find a game for free and I don't have to pay the $80 a year to watch my F1 races, maybe I would. It does feel it's. But then you have like casino ads popping up. From what I've heard, it's not the greatest user experience.
Yeah, but there was an old meme that floated around for a while that I loved for why people pirate movies. Not that I'm advocating that, but still, I thought it hit the nail right on the head, which is you find the file, you push play, and the movie plays.
Yep.
Whereas it shows, put a disc in.
Yeah.
Unskippable ad. Unskippable ad 2. Unskippable ad 3. FBI warning 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, or if you try and you watch, you watch it on YouTube, and like they can't play the soundtrack or whatever the song, so they have to dub in something over it so you can't hear the dialogue because I mean I've not experienced this firsthand at all. This is what people have told me. This is what it sounds like because otherwise the algorithm would pick up on it and copyright it. So yeah, it's definitely a hacked workaround experience, not meant to be the best user experience. But there you go. Apparently, quite a lot of people using the pirated services there, but not Stream East anymore as they shut it down. All right, 32 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:32 a.m., which means it is time for Sports Ball. We're going to start in the MLB. Giants keeping the winning streak going against the Rockies yesterday from the ballpark. Drew Gilbert's solo home run. Here's what it sounded like.
Gilbert crushes one down the right field line and gone.
And that made it 10-5 at that point. Rockies would score a few more, and the final score there was 10-8. Giants get the W there. That ended that 3-game series against the Rockies. They have today off, and then they'll be playing the St. Louis Cardinals tomorrow at 5:15 in the evening. So make sure you check all of that out here on KAHI. Giants traveling today, but play against the Cardinals tomorrow, 5:15 p.m. Check it all out here on KAHI. Other scores around the MLB yesterday: Yankees versus the Astros. Astros win that 8-7. A's versus the Cardinals. Cards win that one 5-1. Braves versus the Cubs. Braves win that one 5-1. Mariners versus the Rays. Rays win that one 9-4. And the Dodgers versus the Pirates. Pirates on top there 3-0. All right, that is Sports Ball. We're going to go ahead and head on over now to JT in the morning right after this.
This month at Sunrise Natural Foods, discover Red Remedies expertly crafted natural supplements, now 25% off. On Wednesday, September 10th, meet Stacy Littlefield, the formulator behind Red Remedies. Stacy will be at the Roseville store from noon to 2 and at Auburn from 2:30 to 4:30, answering questions and helping guide you on your health journey. Contact Sunrise Natural Foods for details. Sunrise Natural Foods, made with life's best ingredients for you and your family.
34 minutes past the top of the hour, 6:34 a.m. Now we're going to head over to JT in the morning. When we come back, we'll have more events for the calendar, your KAHI News, California Ag Report, all that good stuff. And then in the 7 o'clock hour, Daily Dad Jokes. A lot more coming up. Stay tuned. Back after this.
Now they're all starting to say, shut down, Trump shut down, Schumer shut down. Whose shutdown is it? Shut down. Who's got the shutdown? It's actually Russ Vote's showdown because he'll be the one deciding who's essential and who isn't. And, at least I know Russ would say I'm essential because I know Russ and his family and everything else. James Luck is on the phone with us. Of course, jcsgold.com is where you interact with he and his family who run JCS Gold, the Jefferson Coin Shop, and the way to invest in gold and silver with a family business, not a call center. How are gold and silver doing today after some record-setting stuff on Tedsday?
Gold and silver have stabilized a little bit. Gold is currently down about $18, down 0.5%. It's settled at $3,540. Silver got well over $41 yesterday, but has dipped back slightly to $40.95. So stabilizing here, hopefully setting some support levels, and then we'll see where we go from here.
Yeah, I like the way you look at that. I mean, thinking about settling back down at $40 an ounce for silver is an interesting statement. Who'd have thunk it there, James? And, people, and the best part about the silver is it's a growing investment, but there's so many neat ways at jcsgold.com to invest in silver besides just buying bars of silver.
That's exactly right. You can go to jcsgold.com and see our daily deals page. We have all sorts of commemorative silver items. We have 1 ounce pure bullion items. And then we also have some older late 1800s, early 1900s silver items that have a numismatic collector value as well as that silver investment value. You can find all of that at jcsgold.com.
Yeah, it's art and investment at the same time. jcsgold.com. You have a great morning, James.
Thanks, Joe. You too.
I don't know. I was always into the old mysticism, but the new mysticism really is compelling. A couple of emails earlier, we were reporting that CBS is purchasing Barry Weiss and her services embattled New York Times reporter who took a stand against the left while being a member of the left. This one I find, see, this is someone who listens to this program a lot. Mike writes in, he said, Joe, are you taking this somewhat dubious stance on Barry Weiss because you really have concerns about her? You're just trying to make some hay and take a differing view on things to get some clicks? Or is this going to be another one of those I told you so's in 6 months' time? Well, I hope it's not an I told you so. And Bill Maher, I always liked Bill Maher, even when he was just sold out woke. And hey, did we save the clip of we have apparently the whistleblowers are coming out of the woodwork to drop dime on the pressure campaigns. Malcolm Gladwell said he was pressured into a statement on trans and women's sports, boys playing girls' sports ostensibly. Now, the left report on this, but I mean, even in the height of his woke sellout, I always thought Bill Maher. I would listen to him saying, "Is this the same?" It would be like tuning in and hearing George Carlin be woke. And I'll be the first one to say, don't define yourself by what you're against, because you wind up, and that's what happened to Bill Maher, is Bill Maher eventually wound up finding himself aligned with the left because he was against guys like George W. Bush and the Patriot Act and things that, to be fair, you and I have argued about. I sleep very well at night. But Joe, he's a Republican. I don't. Can Republicans be wrong? Can Democrats be right? They used to be able to. I don't think they can anymore because they've sold out. Thus, Gladwell's point. But no, I'm not doing it just to be pithy. I'm not doing it just to be shock jock. I'm just, I am these folks who bubble up saying all very reasonable things. I was very pleased with what Barry Weiss was writing about the extreme left. But what does she want the left to be like? That's the bigger question is, okay, you're against this. We went through this here in Charlottesville, our flagship city. You may recall back when Charlottesville was the name on everyone's list. Why it was the first word in Joe Biden's 2020 presidential campaign, Charlottesville. I mean, we were a hashtag. We were an epithet. We were the hometown like Salem, Massachusetts. I argue, I tell people all the time, and I've been to Salem, Massachusetts plenty of times, and our friends in Lowell may find some humor in this. I think there are more witches in Salem, Massachusetts on September 4th, 2025 than there were in the 17th century. Just like I believe wholeheartedly that Charlottesville got the reputation of being this home of white supremacists and Nazis because one kid decided he wanted to oppose a black city councilor, and everyone followed him because they didn't like the black city councilor until they realized, oh, crap, that's David Duke standing there. What's this blood and soil crap? I mean, he's got a right to say it. I'm not saying he doesn't have a free speech right to say it. But we had crucified the police chief because he had allowed a Klan group to hold a legally licensed rally. Let them talk. Let them say how crazy they are. I watched it happen. But this is Malcolm Gladwell now whistleblowing on boys playing girls' sports. So like I said with Barry Weiss, it's easy to say what you're against. Tell me what you're for. What is the right? Are you looking at the Bill of Rights saying that's what we need to get back to, or is it something else? That's what I really need to know more about Barry Weiss before I jump in. But is she going to be better than the previous CBS News anchors or CBS News directors? Yeah. I think going in, she's already going to be to a degree.
It would be, I suspect, near unanimity in the room that trans athletes have no place in the female category. The reason I'm ashamed of my performance at that panel because I share your position 100%, and I was cowed. The idea of saying anything on this issue, I was I believe in retrospect, in a dishonest way. I was objective in a dishonest way.
Objective in a dishonest way. That's what a professorial person does to launder their reputation. But how many other people aren't as courageous as Gladwell at pointing out that they were pressured into taking a position? And this is what these marches, this is what the 100 white women in Black Lives Matter T-shirts are designed to do, is to make you think, I don't want to have the community against me. If you believe something that, guess who the grand Lord High Mugwump of all people who flew in the face of convention was? It's a carpenter rabbi from Galilee. Said, my temple is failing me. And everyone said, shut up and get in line. It's the temple. How dare you challenge temple leadership? It's the temple, for heaven's sake. Are you a sinner? Are you putting yourself ahead of God? Are you breaking the first commandment? Have you been getting speech writing tips from Tim Kaine? But he was right. And look at what just text message. Look at what that got him, Joe. But look at what it got the rest of us. It's not just what you're against. What are you for? And that's how Malcolm Gladwell got co-opted.
Can you believe, with all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police? At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
And good Thursday morning to you. It is September 4th, and it is 15 minutes to the top of the hour, 6:45 a.m. And hey, good morning to you, Auburn. Currently 65 degrees right now, looking for a high today of 91 degrees. And speaking of Auburn, let's talk about the Auburn Harvest Festival. Mark your calendars for Saturday, October 18th. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Recreational Park here in Auburn. At the Auburn Community Harvest Festival, there's going to be quality live music, giant pumpkins, scarecrow contests, arts and crafts booths showcasing local artisans, and a costume contest and parade for young and old alike. Yeah, a bit of a tradition around here. There are carnival games, food and vendor booths hosted by local nonprofits, and Auburn's own Sugar Plum Fairies are out in friendly force. It's a whole day of wholesome activities that cater to the entire family. And here's, best of all, producer Shane, free to attend. So it's easy on the old pocketbook there.
Yeah, I like that price.
Especially if you got it's a good price. Free $99. Ain't too bad there to take all the family out there and enjoy all the fun activities. And there's thanks to the generous sponsors as well. So go out and support them and all the folks that have sponsored this. Sutter Health, Old Town Pizza, the Kiwanis Club, and others are out there supporting the Auburn Harvest Festival. Again, it's going to be on Saturday, October 18th. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's going to be free, again, at Recreation Park here in Auburn. If you want to find out more, you can go to auburnrec.com. That's auburnrec.com/events to find out more about the Auburn Harvest Festival. But again, you got to know it's on Saturday, October 18th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Recreation Park. Get it on the calendar. It's absolutely free. Take the family, take the grandkids out there and enjoy the parade, the costume contest for young and old alike, all the craft and booths, artisans out there, scarecrow contest, and a whole lot more. Sounds like it's going to be a great time. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Recreation Park, October 18th. Back with your KAHI News right after this.
Green Acres Nursery and Supply is a local, family-owned garden center offering natural solutions for slugs, snails, mosquitoes, pests, weeds, and diseases. Plant gurus are available at all locations to guide you. Green Acres also offers tools and supplies for pruning, digging, and general landscaping maintenance. I dig greenacres.com. Do you?
And here's your KAHI News for Thursday, September 4th. I'm Chris Quant. Kaiser Healthcare workers to strike for improved patient care and respect. This is from Fox 40 News. More than 1,300 Kaiser Healthcare workers across over 20 hospitals in Northern California are set to strike on Monday. Workers will be striking to demand, quote, better care for their patients and dignity and respect for the care they provide, unquote. The United Nurses Associations of California and Union of Healthcare Professionals explained. The UNAC-UHCP called for the strike as it negotiates the first union contract for nurses and midwives. Picketing will take place at Kaiser Permanente Roseville Medical Center and Clinics and Kaiser Permanente Oakland Medical Center from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on September 8th, according to the UNAC-UHCP. Kaiser Permanente explained that it has been negotiating with UNAC-UHCP since May. Quote, the decision to call for a strike is disappointing, given Kaiser Permanente is scheduled to continue our negotiations with UNAC-UHCP on multiple dates in September, unquote, Kaiser Permanente said in a statement. Quote, we will continue to bargain in good faith to reach an agreement that is good for our employees and allows us to continue providing high-quality care that is affordable for our members and patients, unquote. California, Oregon, Washington form a new health alliance amid CDC chaos. This is also from Fox 40 News. The West Coast states are teaming up to create a new health alliance in response to the actions of President Donald Trump, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the ongoing chaos at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. On Wednesday, Governors Tina Kotek, Bob Ferguson, and Gavin Newsom of Oregon, Washington, and California, respectively, announced the creation of the West Coast Health Alliance, a group to share public information to, quote, ensure residents remain protected by science, not politics, unquote. In a joint release, the three governors cited the mass firing of CDC doctors and scientists, as well as the politicization of the agency. According to a release from Governor Kotek's office, the new alliance will align public health recommendations across the three states, ensuring that decisions are informed by trusted scientists, clinicians, and public health leaders. They are also working to make sure that immunization recommendations are informed by national medical organizations and that the public will always have access to, quote, consistent science-based recommendations they can rely on, unquote. The announcements follows the three governors' condemnations of Kennedy's removal of the 17 members of the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices in June. Back with more news after this.
So what's up with the 2026 Old Farmer's Almanac? From weather to honey gardening, well, let's look at trends on Pop Talk. I'm Mary Jane Pop here. Can you get weller sooner? Need some tips on how to make that happen? And astrologer Mercury has really some signs from the stars and what's happening. Finally, are you stressed to the max? Let's get some resilience in our lives. Let's max out life on Pop Talk, Saturday 5 to 7 a.m., Sunday 9 to 11 p.m., and 24/7 at KAHI.com. Check on listen, and let's connect.
Because KAHI cares, here's another KAHI Community Bulletin Board.
Placer Independent Resource Services is currently seeking applications for Personal Assistant Registry. Their Personal Assistant Registry is a list of qualified individuals to be employed by people with disabilities to provide a wide variety of personal services. If you are interested in helping people with disabilities or older adults with personal care, cooking, cleaning, or driving, please contact Tim Cooper at Piers, 530-885-6100 extension 31 or tcooper@pirs.org to fill out an application to join the Registry of Qualified Assistants. Piers is a federal and state-designated independent living center serving Placer, El Dorado, and Alpine counties. It is a non-residential, non-profit organization. The mission of Piers is to advocate, empower, and educate the community and provide services for people with disabilities, enabling them to control their alternatives for independent living.
This is Stephen Hill. Catch Hearts of Space, Sunday nights at 8. Here on the all-new FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI. The same voice of the foothills, more powerful than ever.
Continuing now with your KAHI News from the Morning Brew, Amazon nixes Prime perk that lets members share free shipping. The company said its Prime Invitee program, which lets Prime members share free shipping benefits with people outside their household, is ending on October 1st. It's encouraging the customers who benefited from it to get their own Prime subscriptions by offering them one for $14.99 for the first year. After that, it's $139 annually. Amazon also encouraged current Prime members to check out Amazon Family, which lets them extend free shipping privileges, Prime Video, and other offerings to one adult as well as teens and children in their household. Florida will become the first state to scrap vaccine mandates. At a press conference yesterday with Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo said that every statewide vaccine requirement, including those required to attend public schools, such as immunizations against chickenpox, polio, measles, and hepatitis B, would be removed, saying, quote, every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery, unquote. Public health experts criticized the move, saying that it could lead to severe outbreaks among residents and tourists. Every other state in the U.S. still currently has vaccine mandates with varying exemptions. Last year, the CDC released a report that found routine vaccines have saved the lives of 1.1 million children in the U.S. and $540 billion in direct health care costs since 1994. And from the Morning Brew, here's what else is brewing. The Harvard funding freeze, which the Trump administration implemented to withhold $2.2 billion from the university, violated the First Amendment, according to a federal judge. The Philadelphia Eagles open the NFL season tonight as they host the Cowboys. Philly's public transit system, SEPTA, is so snarled that the team advised fans to practice, quote, consolidated tailgating, unquote, to make more parking available, and FanDuel brokered a public-private partnership to restore train service. ConocoPhillips said it would lay off up to 25% of its workforce by the end of the year as the oil company seeks major cost reductions. And Kim Joo-ah, the daughter of Kim Jong-un, traveled with him to Beijing, sparking speculation that she may become his successor. And finally, also from the Morning Brew, today's word of the day is careworn, meaning showing the effects of anxiety. Careworn. And that's your KAHI News for this Thursday, September 4th. I'm Chris Quant. On now to the California Ag Report.
It's time for California Ag Today. On the Ag Information Network, I am Haley Ship. California strawberry growers are setting new records this year. According to the California Strawberry Commission, summer plantings, which produce fruit in the fall and early winter, have climbed to 11,503 acres. That is up 2.6% from last year and marks the largest acreage on record. Those summer acres now make up nearly 27% of the state's total strawberry ground, which overall has risen to 42,885 acres, a 1.3% increase from 2024. The commission says the growth in fall-producing fields is a direct response to strong demand from September through November. And the trend is not stopping there. Fall-planted acres harvested in spring and summer are expected to edge higher up nearly 1%, with new plantings reaching 30,252 acres and second-year plantings of 1,129 acres, an increase of 166 acres from last year. That's according to the California Farm Bureau's Ag Alert. That second-year growth is especially noteworthy. Since 2021, second-year plantings have increased more than 50%. Compared to 2018, they have surged by 600%. The commission points out that the increase is driven by the need to reduce operating costs.
Farm work is tough, and so is staying safe on the road. Every year, accidents happen when tractors and traffic share the same space. Whether you're behind the wheel of a tractor or a car, here's what you need to remember. Tractors move slower. Be patient. Don't pass on hills or curves. Farmers, make sure your slow-moving vehicle signs and lights are visible, and everyone stay alert, especially on rural roads. One moment of caution can save a life. Let's work together to keep our roads and our farms safe. This message was brought to you by the Ag Information Network.
For the last 40 years, the Ag Information Network has been the source of news for farmers and ranchers. Yet we have never seen such an assault on farming and our food supply as we do today. From fuel to fertilizer, farmers are facing unprecedented economic challenges. This is why agriculture news that farmers receive comes from the Ag Information Network, reaching coast to coast. Deep roots in farming and decades of reporting, the Ag Information Network, trusted and transparent journalism for generations.
On the Ag Information Network, I am Haley Ship.
Catch Sinatra and Friends, Saturdays and Sundays, right here on 104.5 FM and AM 950 KAHI. Join Frank and his friends, Sammy, Dean, Tony Bennett, and more, performing songs from the Great American Songbook. Sinatra and Friends Weekends, brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings on Folsom Boulevard in Rancho Cordova. Right here on the Voice of the Foothills, 104.5 FM, AM 950, and streaming all over the world at KAHI.com.
Hi, this is Dr. Dahlia, and I'm thrilled to announce that I've joined the KAHI radio team. Each weekday morning from 9 to noon, I'm live on KAHI. We tackle issues like cholesterol, diabetes, women's health, children, geriatrics, relationships, and more. And with all that's going on in Washington, we even touch on government and policies impacting your health. The Dr. Dahlia Show is also a live call-in medical talk show that answers your questions on the air. Join me, Dr. Dahlia, Monday through Friday from 9 to noon here on FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI, the voice of the foothills.
Hi, this is Andrew Twidwell, owner of ABT Plumbing, Electric, Heat, and Air. ABT has been in business since 2001, and we are thrilled to have been voted Auburn's best plumbing company and best heating and cooling company in Auburn Journal's Best of Auburn promotion. We're very proud to have placed as runner-up in electrical category as well. Our technicians are experienced and friendly. If you have an issue with your plumbing, need a whole house generator, or maybe your furnace isn't working, give ABT a call. Reach us at 530-230-9004 for excellent service. It really is as easy as ABT.
FM 104.5, K283CM, Auburn, and AM 950, KAHI, Auburn.
Wake up, it's Chris in the morning light. On KAHI, a day starts right. Foothill news and a smile or two, with a dad joke fresh and the weather too. He's the voice of the hills, keeping it real. Local talk with hometown feel. So grab your coffee.
Oh, let's make it a chai latte today, shall we? Let's feel a little fancy.
In the morning with your daily news.
Here we go. And a good Thursday morning to you. It is September 4th, and it is right smack dab at the top of the hour. It is 7 a.m. here at FM 104.5, AM 950 KAHI. You know what it is. It is the voice of the foothills, Chris Quant, with you here, holding it down in beautiful, gorgeous, fantastic, spacious, oh so spacious, and air-conditioned Studio A. Producer Shane, I can feel that air conditioner really kicking in today.
Yeah.
I might have to look at the thermostat there.
I didn't quite this early in the day, but
yeah, it's
later, yes.
There's no doubt the air conditioning works really well.
Indeed.
in here. Because it's so spacious in
Absolutely.
here. Wink, nod. Anyway, as we're getting started on this Thursday, September 4th, hope you're having a fantastic day. A little bit shorter of a work week. Shane, does that mean not working on Fridays, that also getting Monday out? You have a real short work week this week.
It's actually challenging in that respect. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. So this is technically your Friday in a way, but you're
Tuesday was your Monday. Anyway, it's real compressed, but hey, I'm looking forward to you. Hey, how's the home repairs going? The bathroom. You talked about getting up in the attic up there. Have you had to crawl up in there?
So I crawled up in the attic.
Yeah.
Did some electrical. Can't do any more. I needed to go back up there and do some more later. Installing a bathroom fan.
Okay.
Yesterday they came out, opened up the floor because the plumber's coming today to swap the locations of the shower and the toilet.
So, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it turns out my dryer vent was, when we disassembled everything, the people before us did not do the best decisions with some things.
I'm so paranoid about the dryer vents and like cleaning out the dryer filter.
Well, come to find out, the hose, they brought a 25-foot hose to go 6 feet.
Oh my gosh.
And they left it snaking all over the crawl space, and so it's floatable and did not actually empty. So it's like no wonder I'm having problems drying. And then also come to find out there's a small hole in the hose right where it comes out of the dryer that was venting under the shower.
Oh.
So under the shower was coated in tons of lint.
Oh my god.
So gross.
Well, it's probably keeping it pretty dry under the shower there, though. If there were any leaks, I'm sure it would. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
in
got
a
a ton
sense,
of lint
but
in there.
it was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't just opening up the house fun and you see all the different things that are cobbled together? We were replacing over the weekend. We were replacing a light fixture, and this house is over 100 years old now. And there's the main electrical panel and there's a sub panel, and you're trying to read the chicken scratch on the panel and just the wiring. Like just when things are cobbled together over many, many, many years. I'm sure whoever was there originally, it made sense to them, but like we're trying to figure out what breaker this particular light was on. And it's just, so we've just learned like somebody goes down into the basement to the sub panel, and if it's not clearly labeled, because as we've been finding things out, we've been labeling it. Like I had no idea where my water heater was. Like that was a real fun, like trying to figure out, because a water heater, you don't see a light on and then it goes off. So you got to basically, get your, I've become pretty good with a multimeter. Let me just tell you that, Shane.
That's a good skill to have.
It is. And also finding out which outlets in my house are grounded and which ones aren't. Because to use the multimeter, I have to have a grounded outlet to kind of use and kind of figure out where anyway. So that leads to like running an extension cord from the outlet that I know is grounded. To then find out which wires are live and not. So anyway, we've learned to basically, one person is on the phone. You get on the phone with somebody else and you go downstairs and you're like, was that the right one? No, try again. Is that the right one? So we're just flipping breakers till we find because in the room that we were in there, my wife shut off the breaker to that room, but still there we had a little fan in there blowing and that was still running. So I'm like, wait a minute. Like everything off is in that room, but that one outlet is still live.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's just the way that it goes of living in an older like, I don't know.
It was the same with my house. Fortunately I had the foresight when I was moving in and the house was vacant to go around, spend an hour going through the electrical panel with just plugging a light into every outlet.
That's smart.
It's also a small enough house I can get away with that too.
Yeah.
My previous house in Vacaville, I counted over 100 different outlets in that house.
Oh my gosh!
It was a 5-bed, 2,800 square foot house. With the electrical code of how many outlets per wall and all that kind of stuff, it's like that was actually a lot of outlets.
I don't have that much space, but I would imagine I have that many outlets just because God bless him, this guy liked to put outlets everywhere. So whether you need them or not, and he also had a generator hooked up that he also ran from the generator. Nice. He actually had outlets in the house that were powered off the generator. I was like, well, that is very smart, actually.
Yeah, I've actually put one in my house too.
Yeah.
I got tired of running cords everywhere. So it's got a red face on it. So if the generator's plugged in, it just goes to that one outlet.
This is when you move into somebody else's house. I didn't discover which outlets were connected to the generator until we lost power and I turned the generator on. And I was like, oh, is that what those weird initials on those outlets mean? Because before I couldn't figure out, I was trying to plug stuff into them. I'm like, why doesn't this work? And I just moved on. I was like, oh, those are connected to the generator. Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay. And then when you need it, I kind of realized, oh, this guy was actually pretty smart how he wired all of this up. It's actually pretty clever. Anyway, so you're discovering how many outlets there were.
Yeah, well, anyway, went through my house and also mapped everything out. And so the master bedroom shares outlets with the laundry room, the living room, But then there's a second circuit that's the other half of the living room, the other half of the master bedroom. I'm like, really? You couldn't just put the master on one and the living room on the other?
Wonder. You wonder what they're thinking, but I'm like, I'm sure there's a reason for this.
Oh, and the bathroom's on the same circuit as well. So when I was just replacing a broken outlet in the bathroom, this project, I meant the TV in the bedroom was off. Also, the TV in the living room was off.
Yeah.
Because they're all on the same circuit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's lovely.
Isn't that funny? And you kind of wonder, like, well, shoot, how many things do I plug in all at one time? Like, apparently it's been able to handle all of this far. So maybe that's why they separated them out that way. I don't know. But it is wild.
It actually does. It reminds me of a little story from my current job. Back early days before they were even in data centers, they ran the servers from their garage.
Oh my gosh.
And so there was the great outage of whatever year that was when somebody plugged a hairdryer in the bathroom, turned it on, and the website went down.
And the whole company website goes down because the servers were sitting in the garage there.
And they're on the same circuit as the bathroom. And that was a new house too, like at that time.
How would you even know? Yeah, you only make that mistake once.
Yep.
Yeah. That's your outage report. That's how it looked like. We're investigating. Turns out somebody turned on a hairdryer, and that caused our servers to go down. We'll have service restored here shortly. So, really interesting in the world of home repair. Yeah, it's just, I kind of consider it right now. At this point, I just consider it a little bit of an adventure of like, well, you know what? We're just going to go on an adventure and figure out what else is happening with the house and how this works. And we had a plumbing adventure last year where it's like, apparently the main pipe is that everything in the kitchen drains into. It was almost 100 years old, probably about 80 years old. Turns out clay pipe doesn't last forever, Shane.
It does not.
It'll collapse in on itself. So you just kind of learn where all these things are, and you learn how to use a jackhammer at the same time. But we're all learning some skills here. Hey, speaking of skills, there's some settling skills happening on this day in 1781. Los Angeles was founded on that day. Spanish settlers founded the city of Los Angeles on that day on September 4, 1781, although I have to believe some folks were already there to greet them once they got here. Also, the first coast-to-coast TV broadcast of a presidential speech, President Harry S. Truman's speech, happened on this day in 1951. It was at a conference in San Francisco, which officially ended the post-World War II occupation of Japan. It became the first TV program broadcast across the nation. And Shane, we were talking a little bit about this last hour. Google, that behemoth, some would say monopoly. Well, it all starts somewhere. Google was founded on this day in 1998, probably out of a garage. It seems like everything coming out back in those days. What is it? Wazinski? I'm thinking of Monsters Inc. Wachowski.
Steve Jobs.
Wozniak.
Yeah.
That's the guy. All I could think of was Pixar characters. Wozniak and Jobs started famously out of a garage there. Google founded in 1998. Stanford PhD students Larry Page and Sergey Brin launched Google. Obviously, a company that has revolutionized how people find information on the web. It's a verb, is basically what it is. Yeah. Just like go Google it. So you've kind of won in the search space when they say go ahead and Google it. If today is your birthday, love to do this at the top of the hour. Happy stinking birthday to you. I hope you have a fantastic birthday today. If you were born today, you share a birthday with Jenny Lee, an American actress born on this day in 1848. I was trying to have a clip. Let's see if I can get the clip of him. Nope. This is Jimmy
Hello,
Kimmel.
Americans. This is Paul Harvey. Stand by for news.
That voice right there, very familiar to you and to myself, Shane. You remember Paul Harvey, news and comment there.
I do.
Paul Harvey, also the rest of the story, the way that man could craft a story together.
It still sticks in my mind that hearing the story of how the yield sign was created.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? We'll have to look that up. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
One of those rest of the story things that
how the yield sign was created. Wow, that's fantastic. In a day where obviously the internet in most of his career didn't exist, he had to just go find these stories and look them up, and I'm sure he had books everywhere, and that's really interesting. Okay, I don't know that I've ever remember hearing that one. I'll have to. Well, there's a producer Shane pro tip. Go out and find out how the yield sign came about from Paul Harvey. The rest of the story.
Other birthdays today, John McCarthy, American computer scientist and academic, born on this day in 1927. Speaking of radio, another radio personality, Dr. Drew Pinsky. Do you remember Dr. Drew from back in the day? I think it was with Adam Carolla. I think I listened to it. Yeah, he's always popping up in my YouTube commercials now of like hawking some fat-burning whatever. Dr. Drew, born on this day in 1958. Mark Ronson, born on this day in 1975. What was it? Kyle Mooney. Who was the one that you were looking at? The voice actor.
John DiMaggio.
John DiMaggio, American voice actor. 1968. Well, he's on a bunch of stuff. What did you find he was on?
He's the voice of Bender on Futurama.
Futurama is a favorite show of yours. Yeah. Okay.
I have to go find the list again.
But what a knack. He was in Adventure Time. My kids love this cartoon called Adventure Time, and a bunch of others. Isn't that kind of cool that you get a knack as a cartoon voice? That's something that if anybody's got connections, voiceover is producer Shane and I are looking for some voiceover connections here. Let's see. Other Kyle Mooney, American comedic actor and screenwriter, born on this day in 1984. So happy birthday to them, and happy birthday to you if today is your birthday. And speaking of today, we need to find out what our weather is looking like today. For that, we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Tim Root. But before we do that, this weather report is brought to you by S&B Smog Hog. Hey, is your registration due? Incomplete registration? Just get that little slip from the DMV that says, hey, you need to get your car smogged before you bring it in here. Don't even talk to us until you get it smogged. Well, think S&B Smog Hog, located at 350 Sacramento Street right here in Auburn. Timmy, over to you.
Thursday weather forecast is calling for mostly sunny skies today. Temperature this afternoon in the low 90s. Southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, 60 to 65, and very light winds. A little bit cooler in the mid-80s or so on Friday, mostly sunny skies. And low 80s over the weekend. Should be a nice weekend, mostly sunny skies Saturday and Sunday. This is meteorologist Tim Root from FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI.
Thank you, Tim. 13 minutes past the top of the hour, 7:13 a.m. When we come back, producer Shane, I'm sure this is top of your mind. Dolly Parton's favorite meal and favorite restaurant.
Ooh.
What bougie restaurant did Dolly Parton and her husband, I think he's passed away since then, but does she like? Any guesses? It's not at Dollywood, by the way, I don't think. Any guesses on what bougie restaurant Dolly Parton really likes? And her meal, by the way.
I have no idea.
I'll tell you, it's not Chick-fil-A. It's not that, but we'll find out about that. Whole lot more coming up. Stay tuned. And also later on this hour, your daily dad jokes. That's right, make you laugh, sigh, roll your eyes. I don't know if we're going to have a theme today, but you can just send any old one in if you want to, live at KAHI.com, LIVE at KAHI.com, or call us 530-885-3565. In the 8 o'clock hour, Sean Rebay is going to be here, Auburn's city manager. If you have any questions, same contact information. Send me some questions for him, and we'll be sure to ask him. He assured me yesterday, Shane, he's got some dad jokes, some fresh dad jokes coming in.
Nice.
So we'll have a bonus dad joke session with Sean Rebay. Also, 3 headlines and a lie today. We love playing that here on Thursdays. Again, it's packed. How are we going to fit all of this in 2-3 hours? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll be back with more right after this.
Hungarian Radio, the famous radio production company, is now creating wonderful radio commercials in the United States of America. You've heard their radio spots for newspapers, ice cream, beer, telephones, and beer. Your company can have excellent radio commercials, too. Call this radio station or call Hungarian Radio and ask for Tegzi Chuck. Chuck Tegzi, the Minister of Production. They will build little cassettes for you and put tape in them with words on it about your company. Pretty simple. What do you say to that?
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Last January, I got to meet my service dog, Marcia. Marcia helps me open doors. She picks up things that I can't reach. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Hey guys, Jason McCourty here. As a 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion, people always ask me, what's it like getting ready for the big game? Let me tell you, it's all about preparation, knowing what you're up against, especially when food allergy is part of the game plan. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy-friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
18 minutes past the top of the hour, 7:18 a.m. All right, now, producer Shane, I know that you woke up thinking about this today. What is Dolly Parton's favorite meal? Where does she go to? What? I mean, she's Dolly Parton, for crying out loud. She's probably got the money to treat herself to a really nice meal. Well, it turns out that Taco Bell is Dolly Parton's. It's her. She's a super fan. This is from Business Insider, and she has her order. What her favorite order is. I would not peg Dolly Parton for this. I don't think she's a spokesperson. I don't remember seeing her as a spokesperson for. Like, I would get it if she's like, yeah, try Taco Bell, because it's. Do you have any opinions on Taco Bell, by the way?
It's yeah.
I don't get their cheese. I don't get the cheese. Actually, if you order, bless you, if you order right, actually Taco Bell is kind of healthy compared to other. I mean, for your fast food options, it's not that healthy. Depending on what you get. Now, what we get is we get the cheesy bean and rice burrito, but you get it grilled and you get it fresco style.
Oh.
So it takes out that cheese sauce. So when you get it fresco style, it replaces, basically you've got some, it's like bean and rice and some like kind of veggies in there a little bit. Or it's like a little salsa thing. But basically it takes that kind of the processed cheese stuff out of there. And grilled, they grill it so the tortilla's kind of crunchy. It's really good, actually. And you get them for kind of cheap. So if we're on the road and we need to get something that we're like, we don't want hamburgers, we don't want kind of fries, stuff like that. Cheesy bean and rice burrito, grilled fresco style, not a bad option. But turns out Dolly Parton is a huge Taco Bell fan, and she's shared her order with Business Insider. Here's what she gets. She gets the Mexican pizza. That sounds ironic. A Mexican pizza. The soft taco supreme. Dolly, I am with you with the soft tacos. You get the crunchy tacos. They just dissolve immediately. A side of rice and beans and mild hot sauce. So that is, if you're wondering what Dolly Parton's secret menu order is for Taco Bell. Mexican pizza, soft taco supreme, and a side of rice and beans. That keeps Dolly Parton going for the next recording session. So there you go. The author of this article said, I tried Parton's full order and thought the Mexican pizza was the best. So if you're wondering if you want to represent, I don't know. Here's a picture of it. The Mexican pizza isn't, and maybe they just
not that appealing.
It's not a publicity shot. It's probably the author just taking a picture of the food that he got and put it on there.
A good shot. In some respects, 'cause
yeah, I mean it ain't bad, but it still doesn't look good. I don't know. I don't know, like the Mexican pizza. Like I'm showing producer Shane the picture of it. I don't know. It's like a taco shell with beans and cheese and rice and tomatoes, kind of some anemic tomatoes slathered on top there. So apparently it's good. The author says the Mexican pizza has a great combination of texture and flavors. I love the crispy tortilla base, which added a crunch to every bite, and thought the beef was nicely seasoned and tastes delicious. So if you're in for the Mexican pizza there you go. That is Dolly Parton's favorite. Other news that I found interesting today, as we're going through here, have you guys, Shane, I have to ask you this. Have you guys gone to the movies at all this summer? I know there's some stuff that we've been talking about going to over the weekend. We ended up having a dead car battery. And so that kind of put the kibosh on a lot of plans and decided to do some home improvement. But we were going to go see the Fantastic Four, so haven't made it out to that yet. My son and I still haven't seen the F1 movie, and I better get on that quick before it leaves the theaters. But have you guys gone to the theaters at all this summer? Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I took all the kids to see Minecraft movie.
Okay.
So
a little earlier in the summer. Yeah. Okay.
Spring.
Okay.
And then my son and I went to watch Ballerina.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, my daughter was like, I want to go see Ballerina. I'm like, it's not for you.
Oh, is that a John Wick?
It's a John Wick
movie. It is a John Wick. Okay. This ain't the Nutcracker suite. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I have not been to, you might be in the minority. I might be in the majority here. I have not been to a theater in a while. I don't know, just because time and a lot of it I can watch at home now.
Exactly.
But basically, looking at the Morning Brew here under the Prime Number section, U.S. movie theaters had a bad summer. And I think about this, and I know we've talked about this before, but are movies evolving? Are we losing that shared theater experience as we have access to this stuff at home? Basically, this summer was the worst, in fact, since 1981, after adjusting for inflation and excluding, I know what you're thinking, the pandemic years. According to the New York Times analysis of box office mojo data, the outlet honed in on some interesting trends. Mass marketing in our splintered media age is increasingly difficult. You got to think about how many platforms, like, to reach however many demographics of viewers.
Yeah.
Social, TikTok, Instagram, stuff I probably am not even aware of. Like, do they advertise on Discord? I don't know. Out there, but then you've got your traditional, and like, who's watching TV anymore? And like, let me go, movie companies, radio. Have you thought about radio? Because like, we could take some advertising here. But you've got so many places where it's not just, your three basic, news.
But it's not just advertising platforms. It's also where people's attention is. It's like, I think again, 100 years ago, we were talking about the circus the other day.
Yeah.
So the circus was a big deal because that's one of your only big shared experience entertainment that might come to town.
Oh, that's a good point.
Now you've got all these, so many things on your phone, in your pocket. You got radio, you got television, you got with television, cable versus not, and the movie theaters, and
well, even just like websites that you go onto, and there's ads popping up all over these websites, and you're like,
ultimately it's a competition for attention, and
it is
all these additional ways of getting attention or having your putting attention somewhere. It's like, you got to pick your, focus.
Oh, and it's I get it. They're trying to get stuff. I was trying to read a news article online the other day, and I'm like, I kept getting interrupted by ads popping up. I get that I'm not subscribed to this particular service, but I'm gonna have to look at the ads. But my gosh, like, give me a chance to at least read something here. So basically, splintered mass marketing is splintered. It's making it harder for the American public to get excited about the same movie. That's true, because if you're trying to advertise to different demographics, maybe you're advertising one movie over here and another movie over there. And how does everybody get hyped all for the same movie? I don't know. To make up for that, Hollywood is leaning on the notoriety of franchises, but that itself presents complication. Quote, almost all of Hollywood's franchises have been so overworked, I agree with that, that they are delivering diminishing returns, unquote, the New York Times' Brooks Barnes and Christian Zhang noted. The data shows that this summer's contributions to the world of Jurassic Park and the Marvel Cinematic Universe performed worse than previous iterations. Yeah. I mean, we watched the most recent Marvel movie, and it was actually a pretty good movie.
Huh.
It was because the main Avengers squad is gone, right? So and so they basically have the B squad coming in now.
And to their credit, and it was a well done movie. I thought it was put together very well. The characters were really strong, and the story, it was funny. It was touching at points, and how they're so creative in their end credit scenes.
Yeah.
Basically, the whole end credit scenes was like media headlines, or because like at the end is revealed this like new Avenger, like, hello America and world, here's your new Avengers. And basically during all the credits, the end credits of the movie, it was headlines basically roasting.
Nice.
It's like, as you would expect, like in our day and age of social media and everybody's a keyboard warrior, some of the headlines that they came up with were pretty funny. Like the not Avengers but B-Vengers. It was so funny. I think I enjoyed the credits probably most of all in that movie, but it was a good movie overall. This summer's to round out this article, this summer's top 5 movies brought in just $1.6 billion. And if you're thinking, well, hey, that's not a bad shake, $1.6 billion. Well, last year it was the top 5 accumulated to $2.1 billion. And they're saying here in the article, the biggest takeaway, well, a significant percentage of American movie lovers may simply never go back to movie theaters. Isn't that interesting to think about? Like, are there folks that would just like, no, I can get it online now.
Yeah.
I can watch it.
I mean, I
at
get
home.
it. Like, the only reason I want to go to the movie theater, well, 2 reasons. One is the big screen itself physically.
Yeah, and the
It's
sound,
a-
the audio.
Yeah.
You're getting the full surround sound.
But second thing is the shared experience. But without that shared
Exactly.
experience, like, I took the kids to the Minecraft movie. There was here in Auburn, so there was, I don't know, 2 dozen people in there. So at least you're able to laugh with some other people.
Right.
The ballerina movie, I think I counted 8 of us in the theater.
Really?
That was an opening night.
Are you serious?
I was serious.
On an opening night. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I remember this was quite a few years, maybe 10 years ago, but it was one of at the theater here in Auburn, Harry Potter. It was one of those, the line wrapped around the building
I bet.
for that.
That would be.
But I don't know that you would ever see anything like that anymore on an opening night that it's out the door.
It would have to be, they'd have to rebuild the cultural touchstone of something like Harry Potter.
I think so.
I mean, the other ones in college, Phantom Menace, I saw at the 3 a.m. showing. 'Cause they can only show it on the day of that's announced. So some of my friends got the 12:01 a.m. tickets, and I stayed up, and I got the second seating, so it's 3:01 in the morning.
Oh my gosh. I remember that hype around that.
It was so much fun because the theater was packed. And
Yeah.
when the jokes landed, then everybody laughed together. And
Yeah.
when you cried together. And similar with Lord of the Rings 3. I actually saw number 1. I didn't care for it, so I never saw 2. At that point, I had not seen 2. So I wanted to do
really?
number 3, basically with no prior knowledge.
Okay.
And actually, to their credit, they did a good job reintroducing the characters in a gentle way, so that way the newbies like me could know
Catch
up. But all the existing people weren't feeling bogged
Yeah,
down.
like, we got to go back and recap all of these things. Yeah. I actually remember seeing that, and I remember when we went to the 3rd Lord of the Rings movie there, the theater was so packed that it was the very front row is what I was in there.
Wow.
And I remember just sitting on the bottom of my seat, just looking up. So basically your head's rested against the seat back, looking straight up at the screen. I got motion sick. I had to leave. I couldn't hang with it. So fortunately they refunded my money and I came back a little bit later, but yeah, but the theater was just so packed.
Yeah, but exactly. And it was a great movie to watch in that respect because it was a big cultural, it was packed, and you could laugh together, you could cry together, you could do things together and have that cultural thing. But
well, and I think it could be of a year because our kids, in the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So their formative years, and the pandemic wasn't just 2020, right? 2021, 2020, 21, 22.
Yeah.
That's 3 years. For us, it's okay, 3 years. But for kids, kids that were in high school,
life,
that's a good portion of our life. They graduated, and that we just learned, and they probably learned, I can access all of this here. Why would I? Because we weren't taking them anywhere when all that was happening.
And it wasn't just that. I think part of it also is just small towns. The theaters just not fill as much because there's not as many people.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could do things at home, but also we just, at least for my family, I never built up the habit of going to the theater very much.
Yeah.
Growing up, we couldn't afford to go, but maybe
Same.
once, maybe twice a year.
That's exactly
maybe
right.
sneaking some popcorn with us. We made it home.
Every time my mom had popcorn, we had it in our pocket. She had it in her purse.
Yeah,
it felt like we were trying to sneak in every time. Yeah.
I remember watching to go see Titanic with a friend in high school.
Yeah.
And it's raining outside, but I have my jacket curled up under my arm because it's holding all the popcorn. And I'm like, I really, they know, because why am I even bothering?
I know. It's like they don't even care. They're being paid minimum wage. They think they're actually really going to try and stop you from bringing anything in.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, I think it was like once a year. If it was the major Disney film, we would go and see that at the Cinedomes out there on Greenback in 80. That was our theater by the house, and that was it. Like, it was a big event, and we did that. But you're right. Like, we couldn't go to movies all the time, and now, but honestly, like, if I can sit at home and especially like if it's a big cultural movie like that, like, I want to go and see it. But if there's like, okay, I can watch it at home if I have access to it. Then
that's why I kind of did Minecraft movie with the kids. The cultural, the try to have shared experience.
Yeah, exactly. Take the friends out.
The last time I saw a movie down the hill, which was more packed, was Bad Moms. Or was that about 2017-ish or 16? Somewhere around then. And that was fun because, well, for one, it's a studio movie grill, so they bring you food, and bring you booze.
Gotta love that.
And especially for an adult movie, had some booze with it. It really helps. I loved it, and that theater was probably 3/4 full at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
with studio movie, even that being a thing now, like I appreciate them trying to do all that. Now you've got the theaters there down at the Galleria where and I'm sure it's out at in Folsom too, where the seats recline there. So you're just like full on reclining seats, which I am all about. And I feel even more like a slob by me being even more lazy. But actually, that's kind of a bad thing because I don't know if it was just a long day, but we did one of those reclining seats. I fell asleep.
Yeah. I'm like, that's actually not a good idea.
I know. I'm like, I just paid all of this money to see this dang movie theater. Now I'm in this really comfortable seat in the dark space and like did a total dad thing of just falling asleep during this movie that I'm probably, sleeping $20 worth of, ticket through.
That was one of the things I hated about one of my classes in college was actually in one of the theaters.
Oh, yeah.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon on warm sunny days like this. And it's like, I fell asleep in class every day. Because it's theater seats. It's comfy.
Yeah, it's comfy. It's like sitting there. I'm like all snuggled in. It's right after lunch. I'm digesting my food. I did that in college too. I wondered in college I would have at one point I was having my lunch was a mocha and a Snickers and couldn't figure why I couldn't sit still in my next class and then would crash in the afternoon. Yeah, it's part of the college experience. All right, it is 34 minutes past the top of the hour, 7:34 a.m. Shane, we missed dad jokes right now. We'll come back to those. We're going to head off to JT in the morning. We'll hit him with we'll save him for Sean Rebay here as when he comes in. He says he's got some dad jokes. So still time to send yours in. We're going to head off now to JT in the morning. We'll see you back here with your KAHI News. More events for the calendar after this.
JoJo, I loved it. This just makes my morning, to see your smiling face and just, the whole, just so you know, the whole experience, just makes an old guy proud. I had a girl in class yesterday. I was talking about, I say, well, yeah, I've been in the business 50 years. And she goes, what? She goes, how old are you? I go, well, I remember the Kennedy assassination. How's that for you? And she goes, when did that happen? Anyway, that was a whole nother history thing.
Oh, my gosh.
I love documentaries, love history.
Okay.
There's a documentary now on Tubi, which I don't know if it costs, but it features Naomi Osaka, and it's called The Second Set, okay?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in it, the 27-year-old states, I have multiple identities. Some people say that my daughter ended my career, but for me, it feels like she started my career. In the trailer, she says, quote, I'm a tennis player, but I'm more than that. I always wanted to be a mom. All right, I'll circle back. Shy is 2 years old now, born in July of 23. The name means gift in Hebrew, if you do the math.
Nice.
Well, since Osaka is a four-time Grand Slam singles champ, the spotlight certainly shines bright, and she's making another run at the U.S. Open. She's won twice, right? Well, after Shy's birth, Naomi went back to work on her tennis game, and that was 6 weeks later. Now, if you remember the history of Naomi, she fought depression. She was playing at the French Open in 2020, refused to go to the press conferences, got fined $15,000 and said, okay, I'm out of here. And then a few months later said, you know what? I'm not going to Wimbledon. I don't like tennis. I don't like anything about tennis. So this run has been very, very special to her. Osaka has lost just one set in this Open.
Yeah.
She beat 11 seed Carolina Makova last night, 6-4, 7-6, and she will meet American Amanda Anisimova tonight at 8:30. Her press conferences, ever since this started in mid-August, have been special.
I appreciate the journey a lot more now. I think when I was younger, I kind of just kept thinking of the next one, the next one, the next one. And I would love to appreciate everything right now. But, I have a match to play tomorrow. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll probably tell you how much I appreciate it at the end of the tournament, which is hopefully on Saturday for me. But regardless, I'm just really grateful to be playing well in this city.
Yeah, and she said last night, she goes, I can't believe I'm not crying. She's pretty special now. She supported Black Lives Matter and fighting the depression that I talked about. She was Sports Illustrated Sports Person of the Year in 2020 and also a Time magazine top 100 most influential. And so what she's doing, and so tonight it's almost must see with football. So I'm gonna put up my 4 screens and I'm gonna try to follow a little bit of everything. She's the 24th ranked player in the world, and as I said, a 2-time U.S. Open champion. So anyway, she'll be good. Okay.
Wasn't it like 3 weeks ago that Anisimova was like the heartthrob story of tennis? Wasn't she like the one everyone's
there's always,
like,
you have the hot button. It always
one.
Like, the Arch Manning thing will calm down in a month or two.
Well, they say the NFL stands for not for long. So
yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, great transition.
Thank
you.
The
NFL's 106th season starts tonight in Philly. The Eagles are favored, I think, by 8.5, something like that. They have said we're not going to be there for a championship banner, and they'll host the Cowboys. Now, everything going on with Dallas, not only, as I said yesterday, the documentary you got to see, but think about Brian Schottenheimer. I did some research yesterday and then today. This starts in 1997, okay? I'll do this quickly. Assistant with the Rams and Chiefs, coached in college, and this is in order, by the way. Assistant with the Rams and Chiefs, coached in college with Syracuse, USC, back-to-back years. Coached quarterbacks for the Skins and Chargers, then become the offensive coordinator for the Jets, Rams. Back to college at Georgia, offensive coordinator. Coached quarterbacks for the Colts. Became offensive coordinator for Seattle, passing game coordinator for Jacksonville. Then he became the coaching analyst for Dallas, offensive coordinator in 23 and 24. He was named the head coach in 2025. When you sum it all up, 28 years in the league, 13 different cities, and he gets to be on the sidelines tonight as the head coach for Jerry's Kids. So anyway, with all that, and his press conference this week, 25 minutes on the Micah Parsons trade. 25 on the Micah Parsons trade. And they get Kenny Clark, who was a stud for UCLA, has been with the Packers, forever. He was a first-round draft choice in 2016. So the leadership is in the locker room, and that's what Brian Schottenheimer loves.
We're strong on leadership in this locker room, and adding a guy like Kenny Clark doesn't do anything to diminish that. It actually helps that tremendously. And that's one of the reasons that, again, when you look at this, you say, okay, Kenny's going to be a big piece of what we're trying to do. He's not overly vocal, but, man, the way he plays the game, the play style, it jumps off the film.
There you go. So tonight, what this does is put a bow on a package of tonight. I've got a Schottenheimer story to see how the Cowboys play. If I was a betting guy, I would probably put my house on the Eagles, which probably is not a smart thing to do because I think the Eagles roll tonight. They've got too many good players. And the Cowboys, they're not in disarray, but, they've just had such an off season with, distractions and everything. So with all that going on. But, yeah, there's a ton, just a ton happening. And then when you throw in the L.A. Clippers story and Ballmer setting up the fake LLC, nice job.
Hang on. I missed
it. $28 million for doing nothing.
This might be why WGNY is flipping to a sports talk format. I missed this Clippers story. What happened now? I thought they got rid of the corrupt, what was it, Sterling?
No, Ballmer, he was accused of circumventing the salary cap. So he set up this fake LLC, the way I understand it, and paid Kawhi Leonard $28 million for it, which he didn't have to do anything. And then Pablo Torre, the podcaster and part-time guy with ESPN, reported that the Clippers paid Leonard through a now bankrupt company. Imagine that, which was owned by Ballmer. And so what Torre found was files of paperwork from this company called Aspiration. Ballmer funded the company with a $50 million investment through his personal LLC 4 years ago. And then, it starts to go. So he says, okay, I won't worry about the cap, but I want Kawhi Leonard to play for me. So I'll say, here's a $28 million check. And by the way, you don't have to do anything.
And if anyone asks, you're doing market research for the undercapitalized markets of the internet influence community, and then by the time they glaze over,
it's similar but not similar to 1979 when Ralph Sampson was being recruited by Kentucky and Virginia, when Kentucky offered him $500 a week if he would go turn on the water at Churchill Downs, and then go back to true story. So,
oh my goodness. Well, at least we can prove Churchill Downs.
If you don't think things
exists.
are going on in the late 70s and 80s, you've been under a rock. Put it that way.
Oh man. But now it's easy, right? Because paying the students name, image, likeness, that will stop all of that skullduggery.
Is the whole transformation? I guess I'm happy that I've been around for so long that I've seen. Covered the likes of Tiger and played golf with Jordan and met Muhammad Ali, and then got to sink my teeth into all the things that went on at UVA and all the so much has gone on.
Whatever happened to the Reggie Bush suit? Reggie Bush's family saying, "Hold on a second here, you took away my Heisman Trophy and everything because I was doing what's now legal." Whatever happened? To that?
They voted. If I remember right, if I'm correct, and again, I'm a mental midget now, but I think that he got it back. So I think all that got returned, and I think that kind of got swept under the. I'll have to look at that. For some reason, I was thinking that he got it back.
He certainly didn't get his reputation back, and he certainly didn't get all those years of NFL football back. Is he not in the
Heisman commercial still, where they do that stupid Dr. Pepper Heisman house? Don't know.
The
Heisman guys hanging out in the front yard with mascots and stuff.
Here's your fun trivia. Amaze your friends. You know who owns Dr. Pepper?
No.
Keurig. Like the little K-cup coffee.
Oh, Keurig?
Keurig, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, Keurig does? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the big headquarters somewhere outside of D.C., and they're both right there. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
You hang around long enough, you're going to learn some stuff. Football Friday tomorrow. So
all right, get ready for it. Good stuff, Mac. I appreciate it, my friend.
Be good.
Brought to you by the Lunch Pail Foundation. What's important now? LunchPailDefense.com.
In 2024, the American Heart Association celebrates 100 years of life-saving service as the world's leading nonprofit organization focused on heart and brain health. Heart disease still kills more people in the United States each year than all types of cancer combined, but more than half of Americans are unaware of this fact, according to a recent Harris Poll survey conducted for the American Heart Association. However, the majority of heart disease is preventable. New research has improved the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of heart disease and its risk factors. Efforts led by the American Heart Association have reduced deaths from heart disease by half over the past century and helped people with heart disease live longer and more productive lives while managing their condition and risk factors. To learn more about the American Heart Association's century of service and how you can help, visit heart.org/centennial.
We are the entertainment you love and information that shapes your day. We are your lifeline. We are your companion. We are broadcasters.
And good Thursday morning to you. It is September 4th, and it is 15 minutes to the top of the hour, 7:45 a.m. And hey, good morning to you, Shingle Springs. Currently 67 degrees right now. Looking for a high today of 90 degrees. All right, let's talk about another event for the calendar. Yeah, Colfax, I'm looking at you. Railroad Days is coming up Saturday and Sunday, September 13th and 14th. That's going to be from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Colfax Railroad Days will be family fun for everyone. Attractions include the Black Flag Gang, the Mormon Battalion Pioneer Reenactment Group, the Sacramento Brick Builders, Lego Electric Model Trains, Wandering Railroad Model Trains, Diablo Pacific Short Line Model Trains, Bay Area S Scale Club Model Trains, Carson City Railroad Association Model Train, and the Magic Trolley Layout. Union Pacific engines and equipment will be on site for viewing. Craft vendors will be showcasing their unique wares, and a variety of food trucks, vendors, and beer gardens will be present. Bring your family and friends. Don't miss this great event in downtown Colfax. So yeah, it's happening. Railroad Days happens every year in September, and this year is no exception. It is happening on Saturday and Sunday, September 13th and 14th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's going to be a lot of train stuff, but a lot of food there as well. Free kids zone, model train exhibits, craft vendors, food, the Black Flag Gang Mormon Battalion, 1840s camp, the kids zone again, beer garden, guided historical walking tours as well. The quilt show, Union Pacific equipment will be there on display as well. So put it on the calendar, September 13th and 14th coming up here pretty quick. It is historic Colfax's Railroad Days, a free family event, Saturday and Sunday, September 13th and 14th in Colfax. Lots more coming up. Stay tuned. We'll have your KAHI News right after this.
We all know that money spent on politicians is nothing more than a bribe. Citizens United called it free speech, but we know better. But what if we could balance the scale a few bucks at a time? That's what we're doing at the Six Pack, taking small donations and adding them up to make things more fair. Crack open some change. Support the Six Pack. Paid for by the Six Pack, which is responsible for the content of this advertising. www.thesixpack.com. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
And here's your KAHI News for Thursday, September 4th. I'm Chris Quant. Kaiser healthcare workers to strike for improved patient care and respect. This is from Fox 40 News. More than 1,300 Kaiser healthcare workers across over 20 hospitals in Northern California are set to strike on Monday. Workers will be striking to demand, quote, better care for their patients and dignity and respect for the care they provide, unquote. The United Nurses Associations of California and Union of Healthcare Professionals explained. The UNAC-UHCP called for the strike as it negotiates the first union contract for nurses and midwives. Picketing will take place at Kaiser Permanente Roseville Medical Center and Clinics and Kaiser Permanente Oakland Medical Center from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on September 8th, according to the UNAC-UHCP. Kaiser Permanente explained that it has been negotiating with UNAC-UHCP since May. Quote, the decision to call for a strike is disappointing given Kaiser Permanente is scheduled to continue our negotiations with UNAC-UHCP on multiple dates in September, unquote. Kaiser Permanente said in a statement, quote, we will continue to bargain in good faith to reach an agreement that is good for our employees and allows us to continue providing high care quality that is affordable for our members and patients, unquote. California, Oregon, Washington form new healthcare alliance amid CDC chaos. This is from Fox 40 News. The West Coast states are teaming up to create a new health alliance in response to the actions of President Donald Trump, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the ongoing chaos at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. On Wednesday, Governors Tina Kotex, Bob Ferguson, and Gavin Newsom of Oregon, Washington, and California, respectively, announced the creation of the West Coast Health Alliance, a group to share public health information to, quote, ensure residents remain protected by science, not politics, unquote. In a joint release, the three governors cited the mass firing of CDC doctors and scientists, as well as the politicization of the agencies. According to a release from Governor Kotek's office, the new alliance will align public health recommendations across the three states, ensuring that decisions are informed by trusted scientists, clinicians, and public health leaders. They are also working to make sure that immunization recommendations are informed by national medical organizations and that the public will always have access to, quote, consistent science-based recommendations they can rely on, unquote. The announcement follows the three governors' condemnations of Kennedy's removal of the 17 members of the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices in June. Back with more news after this.
This Labor Day weekend, escape to the rolling foothills of Auburn for 4 days of family fun at the 2025 Gold Country Fair. From thrilling carnival rides and kids' adventures at the brand new Kids World to up-close encounters with our finest 4-H and FFA animals in the livestock barns. Relax with a refreshing pour of the 2025 Fair beer, crafted right here in our community, and groove to live music across 3 stages. Classics and local talent lighting up the evenings. Don't miss the heart-pounding action of the Demolition Derby, plus monster truck shows on September 6th and 7th. Join us September 4th through 7th at the Gold Country Fairgrounds in Auburn. Tickets and full schedules at goldcountryfair.com. Bring the whole family and make some unforgettable memories. The Gold Country Fair. We've got a good thing growing.
Looking for style, savings, and something for everyone? Come to Auburn's department store, McCullough's. From fashion to furniture, beauty to bedding. Find it all under one roof with plenty of parking. And right now, save up to 50% store-wide during McCullough's summer kickoff sale. Family owned and operated. So save time, gas, and money by shopping McCullough's department store in the Auburn Town Center right off of Elm.
This is Stephen Hill. Catch Hearts of Space, Sunday nights at 8, here on the all-new FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI. The same voice of the foothills, more powerful than ever.
Continuing now with your KAHI News from the Morning Brew, Amazon nixes Prime perk that lets members share free shipping. The company said its Prime Invitee program, which lets Prime members share free shipping benefits with people outside their household, is ending on October 1st. It's encouraging the customers who benefited from it to get their own Prime subscriptions by offering them one for $14.99 for their first year. And after that, it's $139 annually. Amazon also encouraged current Prime members to check out Amazon Family, which lets them extend free shipping privileges, Prime Video, and other offerings to one adult as well as teens and children in their household. Florida will become the first state to scrap vaccine mandates. At a press conference yesterday with Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo said that every statewide vaccine requirement, including those required to attend public schools, such as immunizations against chickenpox, polio, measles, and hepatitis B, would be removed, saying, quote, "Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery," unquote. Public health experts criticized the move, saying that it could lead to severe outbreaks among residents and tourists. Every other state in the U.S. still currently has vaccine mandates with varying exemptions. Last year, the CDC released a report that found routine vaccines have saved the lives of 1.1 million children in the U.S. and $540 billion in direct healthcare costs since 1994. And from the Morning Brew, here's what else is brewing. The Harvard funding freeze, which the Trump administration implemented to withhold $2.2 billion from the university, violated the First Amendment, according to a federal judge. The Philadelphia Eagles open the NFL season tonight as they host the Cowboys. Philly's public transit system, SEPTA, is so snarled that the team advised fans to practice, quote, consolidated tailgating, unquote, to make more parking available, and FanDuel brokered a public-private partnership to restore train service. And Kim Joo-ah, the daughter of Kim Jong-un, traveled with him to Beijing, sparking speculation that she may become his successor. And finally, also from the Morning Brew, today's word of the day is careworn, meaning showing the effects of anxiety. Careworn. And that's your KAHI News for this Thursday, September 4th. I'm Chris Quant. Back with more after this.
San Francisco Giants baseball is on the voice of the foothills, KAHI, AM and FM.
And this is hit high and deep and out of here.
Into the bleachers, a two-run homer, 4-0 Giants.
The throw to first, it's high, pulling the first baseman off the bag, and there's nobody at the plate.
Jung-Hoo Lee very alertly sprints home to score the run.
It's time to live better at CAC Fit at 2514 Bell Road in the Crossroads Shopping Center. Whether your fitness goals are to lose weight, gain weight, functional training, or recovery, they've got you covered with customized training programs, fitness classes, hydro massages, and more. Open 7 days a week with 24/7 access. Stop by CAC Fit at 2514 Bell Road in the Crossroads Shopping Center. Call 530-885-1964 or online at cacfit.com.
Placer Farm Supply is celebrating 75 years serving our community. It was wonderful to see everyone who came to our Customer Appreciation Day. For those of you that could not attend, we are still running specials on diamond lemon rice and alfalfa hay. We are welcoming spring with our new garden center, including flowers, herbs, vegetables, soil, and adorable pots. Stock up on your supplies for your flock and pick up some baby chicks. They are sure to go fast with all the demand, so come down soon. Supply is limited. Placer Farm Supply for all your farming and ranching needs.
Hey there, KAHI listeners. Producer Adam here to remind you to listen to Chris in the morning, Monday through Fridays, starting at 6 a.m. My goodness, that's still early. Get all the local news, weather, traffic, and local events you can handle, plus a healthy dose of daily dad jokes. Chris in the morning, 6 to 9 a.m. here on FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI, the voice of the foothills. I never miss it, and neither should you. Now, where did I put that breakfast burrito?
Wrong one there, Producer Adam. Let's try this one here. There we go. All right, it is 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Now we're gonna preview. Today is 3 headlines and a lie, and we're gonna have Sean Rebay, Auburn's city manager. By the way, if you have a question for Sean, you can email it in live@kahi.com, live@kahi.com, or call me 530-885-3565 if you're wondering about the inner workings, the bowels of City Hall here in Auburn. You can ask your questions here, and I'll ask him. I got some questions for him as well. But if you want to send those in, you can absolutely do those. And we're going to have him help us out here with 3 headlines and a lie, just to get you thinking about them. And no looking them up, by the way. Here are the headlines. 3 of them absolutely true. 1 of them absolutely made up. See if you can pick out which one is the fake news. First one, Shein used Luigi Mangioni's AI-generated face to sell a shirt. Number 2, Arayhan is coming to New York City with a tonic bar inside a West Village paddle club. I think I'm not cool enough to know what all of that means, but apparently that is a headline there. Headline number 3, Porta Potty startup CEO tried to fake a copycat Coldplay cheating scandal for free publicity. Oh, man. Oh, man. I guess imitation is the highest form of flattery. I don't know. And number 4, woman loses thousands of dollars to romance scammer posing as astronaut in distress, police in Japan say. So those are the headlines. Let's read them through one more time. Think about them. We'll get the, we'll have Sean play it as well. We'll see which one he thinks is the fake one. Shein used Luigi Mangioni's AI-generated face to sell a shirt. Arayhan is coming to New York City with a tonic bar inside a West Village paddle club. Porta Potty startup CEO tried to fake a copycat Coldplay cheating scandal for free publicity. And finally, number 4, woman loses thousands of dollars to romance scammer posing as astronaut in distress, police in Japan say. All right, we'll see which one is the fake headline there. We are pausing for station ID. Back with hour 3 and city manager Sean Rebay soon.
FM 104.5, K283CM, Auburn, and AM 950, KAHI, Auburn.
Wake up, it's Chris in the morning light on KAHI. Your day starts right. Foothill news and a smile or 2 with a dad joke, fresh and the weather too. He's the voice of the hills, keeping it real. Local talk with hometown feel. So grab your coffee.
Let's make it a chai latte today, shall we? Let's feel a little fancy. Good Thursday morning to you. It is September 4th, and it is right smack dab at the top of the hour. It is 8 a.m. here at FM 104.5, AM 950 KAHI. You know what it is. It is the voice of the foothills, Chris Quant, with you here, holding it down in beautiful, gorgeous, spacious, and air-conditioned Studio A, KAHI Studios. I got to tell you, that air conditioning is working overtime for some reason today. It is nice and cool in here, and no complaints. You can always put more layers on. You can only take so many off. So I am totally okay with that. And hey, happy Thursday to you. Peering through the Venetian blinds at downtown Auburn, looking forward to a beautiful day. I think it's going to be slightly cooler today than yesterday. We'll check in with meteorologist Tim Root here in just a little bit. And coming up this hour, Sean Rebay is going to be in here. I'd love to have him here at the beginning of the month just to see what's going on, check in with the city of Auburn. Let's just ask him about the roundabout first thing. Yes, that thing has become such a meme, such an inside joke, but we'll just see what his reaction is and see how far his eyes roll back in his head there when I ask him that. Hey, if you're wondering what in the world happened on this day in history, well, let me tell you. All the way back in 1781, Spanish settlers founded the city of Los Angeles on September 4th. That would be this day in 1781, although I have to imagine there were some folks there that were there to greet them already. The roll film camera was patented on this day in 1888, so for all of us that have undeveloped rolls of film, or you have all of your pictures printed out, or if you're like my parents, there somewhere, the slides, for a long time there, had all the slide projectors. And I think they still have the slide projector. But anybody still have those where you've got the slides and you have to load them all up in the slide projector? I don't even know if my kids even know what that is. They probably know what that is. But yeah, we would have a thing where we would, every now and then, get out the slides, load them into the tray there, fire up the slide projector, get the screen out, put that in the middle of the living room, and go through slides. That was always a fun family evening, just to go through all of the old pictures. Gosh, I hope they still have those. I think most of my early childhood was documented on slides for the slide projector. Also on this day in 1951, President Harry S. Truman's speech at a conference in San Francisco, which officially ended the post-World War II occupation of Japan, became the first TV program broadcast across the nation. So first coast-to-coast TV broadcast happened on this day in 1951. And all these years later, still headlining the news, this time for being an illegal monopoly. But they had to start at some point. Google was founded on this day in 1998. Yeah, all the way back. Was it 1998? Just like 20 years ago, 15 years ago? No, it was quite a while ago. Anyway, 10 years ago, it feels like, in a way. Stanford PhD students Larry Page and Sergey Brin launched Google, a company that revolutionized how people find information on the web. How did I find this information that I'm reading you right now? Well, it's a verb. I Googled it. So Google founded on this day as well. Hey, by the way, if today's your birthday, happy stinking birthday to you. We love to give you yours, shout you out at the top of the hour here. If you were born today, well, by gosh, you share a birthday with going all the way back to Stephen Whitney, American businessman, born on this day in 1776. This voice, ubiquitous, heard by many of us growing up. This is a voice from my childhood. I'm sure you remember this voice as well.
Hello, Americans. This is Paul Harvey. Stand by for news. In the charming city of Roseland.
Oh, yeah, and there we go, Paul Harvey. Yeah, I remember listening to Paul Harvey my dad would have it on the way to school. Just always fascinated by his voice. That is a voice that you would just pick out of a crowd and recognize, and for miles and miles and miles. It just is absolutely fantastic. And such, I don't know about you, but just like the warm, fuzzy feelings come up when I hear Paul Harvey. And also the rest of the story, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. What a storyteller. Paul Harvey, hard to believe, born on this day in 1918. Basically, yeah, his Paul Harvey. Let's see if we can cue it up here. If we can get the classic Paul Harvey good day he'll always be known for that.
She was playing 5 bingo cards.
Let's see if we can get it here. Also, Dr. Drew Pinsky,
Conan O'Brien,
born on this day. This is a broadcast from 2000, by the way. So if you're hearing that, that's what that is. Drew Pinsky, Dr. Drew, born on this day in 1958. And let's see, Kyle Mooney, American comedic actor.
Paul Harvey.
There it is.
Good day.
There we go. Paul Harvey, good day. And let's see, Kyle Mooney, American comedic actor, born on this day in 1984. So happy birthday to them, and happy birthday to you if today is your birthday. I hope you have a fantastic day. All right, speaking of your day, speaking of birthdays, we need to find out what the weather's looking like. For that, we turn it over to meteorologist Tim Root. Timmy, how are we looking out there today?
Thursday weather forecast is calling for mostly sunny skies today. Temperature this afternoon in the low 90s, southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, 60 to 65, and very light winds. A little bit cooler in the mid-80s or so on Friday, mostly sunny skies, and low 80s over the weekend. Should be a nice weekend, mostly sunny skies Saturday and Sunday. This is meteorologist Tim Root from FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI.
Thank you, Tim. 6 minutes past the top of the hour, 8:06 a.m. We're going to head over now to JT in the morning. When we come back, that's right, Sean Rabe will be here, Auburn City Manager. Stay tuned. Lots more coming up. Back after this.
Our own rights. What will you vote for? What rights will you vote for? And more importantly, what
the
rights?
Notion that rights don't come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the creator. That's what the Iranian government believes.
No, and we don't want to be like the Iranian government because they don't let gay people be gay. They have what they call transformation therapy. It involves taking you up to a very, very high place so you can get perspective about your lifestyle choices, and then introducing you to the concept of rapid deceleration trauma. Oh, no, we dropped them off the roof. That didn't kill them. No, it was the hard stop at the end. That's what did them in. We had nothing to do with that. Ask Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Is that where Tim Kaine spent his 6 weeks off? That was the sanctified Tim Kaine of Virginia, the same state where Thomas Jefferson served. The man who wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator." But now remember, Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. Tim Kaine was just the mayor of one of the poorest, most downtrodden cities in the mid-Atlantic. But he wasn't a slave owner. He just enslaved people to public housing and the continuous reliance on government's assistance. But that's not slavery because it's got a different name. And people get to vote for it. And therefore, it's better. Nobody voted for slavery, right? I don't know. I wasn't in Colonial Williamsburg. I wasn't at Jamestown when they started having the slavery. Maybe they did. Maybe somebody did vote for slavery. But we did vote to throw the poor black community into public housing. I mean, it's better than we used to do here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, our flagship state. We used to vote to sterilize the bastards. I mean, we can't let them keep reproducing. Why? Oliver Wendell Holmes himself said 3 generations of imbeciles were enough. So Tim Kaine is just the next in a long line of enlightened. And his burden has been lightened from the common sense of defending your rights. No, we'd rather vote for your rights. Our first things this morning, before we discuss, here's what's been going on. Pentagon has reinstalled a painting of Robert E. Lee. And guess what? The sun rose in the same spot in the sky. The 20-foot tall painting previously was at the Pentagon Library. The West Point Library, to celebrate the fact that Lee was superintendent of West Point until 1852, when he left to lead the Virginia troops in the Civil War. Trump administration has moved to block another offshore wind project that's off the Martha's Vineyard coast, New England Wind 1 and 2. Of course, lawsuits will commence. The New York Giants might be sold to the Koch family. Oh, my goodness. No good left-winger in New York will go see anyone owned by the Koch family. But they may have a 10% minority ownership of one of the daughters, as well as other members of the Koch family. J.D. Vance in Minneapolis to visit Annunciation Catholic Church, was confronted by protesters hollering at them with signs saying pro-life equals pro-gun safety. And another said, when you pray, move your feet, which is a phrase that apparently people say to people when they are saying, we send our thoughts and prayers. Tariffs on India may be going away. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal of India said that he hopes to complete a trade deal with the Trump administration by November. Paramount is nearing a deal to acquire Barry Weiss's Free Press, her media account and Substack page, for up to $200 million, which would also install her in the top editorial role at CBS News. Florida Surgeon General announced that the state is ending all vaccine mandates, every last one of them, said Joseph Ladapo, an announcement to the conjunction to the establishment of the Florida Make America Healthy Again Commission, which will be chaired by First Lady Casey DeSantis and Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, said the commission will focus on individual medical freedom, informed consent, parents' rights, and market innovation. And those are some of our first things on this Thursday morning on the Talk Media Network.
Hi, this is Bud Foster, co-host of Foster and Friends and former Virginia Tech football coach. When I brought the famed lunch pail to our team, it symbolized teamwork. The word win stood for what's important now. The Lunch Pail Defense Foundation realizes the importance of helping others. Our foundation is a nonprofit corporation that helps fund academic scholarship for eligible high school students. Since 2009, the Lunch Pail Defense Foundation has raised nearly $400,000 and awarded over 40 individual scholarships. We also support an organ transplant program in conjunction with Duke University Medical Center. For information regarding corporate sponsorship or becoming an individual supporter, log on to our site at lunchpaildefense.com. It's always been important to win, especially when we're helping others.
For veterans concerned about their alcohol or drug use, seeking help can be the first step toward recovery. Dr. Joseph Liberto, National Mental Health Director for Substance Use Disorders with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, has more.
May is Mental Health Month, and VA is committed to letting every veteran know that help is available. Substance use disorder can harm your physical and mental health, but it can be treated. There are thousands of veterans in recovery.
VA's Today I Am campaign highlights real stories from veterans describing how treatment, support, and resources help them improve their mental health and their lives.
VA has programs to treat substance use disorder at facilities throughout the country. We also offer telehealth services. A better, fuller life is possible. Today, you can start on a path toward recovery.
To learn more, visit maketheconnection.net/MHM.
And good Thursday morning to you. It is September 4th, and it is 14 minutes past the top of the hour, 8:14 a.m. And hey, good morning to you, Lincoln. Currently 68 degrees right now, looking for a high today of 93 degrees. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he is here in the building. Sean Rebay, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Looking very official today with the City of Auburn polo shirt. Love it. Got it ready to go.
It's too hot to wear a dress shirt, man. I can't do it.
I heard on Tuesday at the Meddlers meeting, you're saying the HVAC. I heard you like, I can't wear the jacket today, guys. It's a little warm in there.
Yeah, typically that room's actually okay, but
Yeah.
I don't know, there's like a swamp in there.
Okay, yeah.
It's not good.
Well, you'll be happy to know the AC is working overtime here today. I don't know. I came in here, it's like, well, I'm just going to put on this little vest here because I'm actually freezing right now. So when it's hot outside, it's a good problem to have. Okay, dealer's choice here. You're going to help us out here to kind of get things kicked off 3 headlines and a lie or dad jokes. What do you want to start with? Any preference there?
Let's do the 3.
3 headlines and a lie. All right, let's go. Here we go. And actually, I didn't have time to do dad jokes earlier, so you're going to be in on the official dad jokes of the day, by the way, today. So here we go. Sean, we're going to just kind of put you to the test right as we go here. Producer Adam, music, please. Let's get some little music going on here. Okay, here we go. As you know, we've done this before, but 4 headlines, 3 of them absolutely true, 1 absolutely fake news. So here we go. First one, Shein, yes, that kind of online ordering, kind of cheaper products. Shein used Luigi Mangioni's AI-generated face to sell a shirt. Okay, there's one. A-Ray Han, I'm not cool enough to know what this is. A-Ray Han is coming to New York City with a tonic bar inside a West Village paddle club. Again, there's so many parts about that sentence that I'm not cool enough to have.
I don't even understand what any of that means.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, what does that mean? Maybe you have to be an East Coaster to know what that means. Anyway, that's a headline. Number 3, this one made me laugh. Porta potty startup CEO tried to fake a copycat Coldplay cheating scandal for free publicity. And number 4, woman loses thousands of dollars to romance scammer posing as astronaut in distress, police say in Japan. Okay, think about them. I'm going to read them again. Here we go. Just digest all of this.
Yeah,
here we go. Shein used Luigi Mangioni's AI-generated face to sell a shirt. Arahen or whatever is coming to New York City with a tonic bar inside a West Village paddle club. Number 3, porta potty startup CEO tried to fake a copycat Coldplay cheating scandal for free publicity. That's fantastic. And number 4, a woman loses thousands of dollars to romance scammer posing as astronaut in distress, police say in Japan. Now, before you answer, there's this documentary out there called The Tinder Swindler. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit that I watched the whole thing. This guy, using Tinder to scam, and he had other people in it and sending pictures from inside an ambulance, and it looked like he was, really injured and stuff like that, and got these women to basically send him money and, fall. And all the while, I think he's got this whole other life somewhere. Got caught, let go, and I think the story he was doing it again. Some people never learn. But anyway, so it seems like we an astronaut in distress. Like, I lost my ride. I lost my rocket ship.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go. Like, I'm very curious to find out what that story is. Maybe we'll dive into that later. Anything narrowed down? You got it narrowed down to a couple?
I don't even know what the second one means. So
I don't either. I
think that one might be true. Okay. I'm gonna go with the. The astronaut one.
The
astronaut in distress.
The astronaut. That's the one that I picked as well. No, it was the porta potty CEO. Whoever came up with that, props to you. So yeah, the fake one was porta potty startup CEO tried to fake a copycat Coldplay cheating scandal for free publicity. I mean, I wouldn't put it past somebody. I mean, that does sound like something that somebody would do. There's a CEO. I guess he was the CEO of a Polish paving company or something that went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Stole the kid's hat.
Stole the kid's hat at the U.S. Open. Like, come on, guy,
right.
Really? Like, that's not the kind of publicity that you want to get there. So anyway, all right. Well, you and I both chose the same one. I was really hoping that lady didn't get taken for her money in Japan there, but apparently it happened, unfortunately. All right. Hey, it is time for let's just get all these done right now. All these segments here. It's time for 3 headlines, or not 3 headlines, a daily dad joke. That's right. Make you laugh, sigh, or roll your eyes. We've got a couple that we're sending here via the email inbox. But Sean, do you have one there?
I got 2.
Oh, 2. Okay, here we go. What do you got?
Did you hear about the actress who got stabbed? Like Reese. What's her last name? Reese
Witherspoon?
No, she got killed with a knife, not with a spoon.
It just walked right into that.
Right. I mean, what did the buffalo say to his son when he left for college?
Oh, I know this one. Bison.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a solid one. There we go. All right, I got one for you. Did you hear about the bowling alley that had to close down?
No.
Yeah, the entire staff went on strike. Hey-oh. There we go. And how about this one? It's like one that makes you roll your eyes before you even get to it. What did Yoko say when the Beatles broke up?
I don't know.
Oh, no. All right, we got it. Checking the inbox here. I got one from Will. Will sent this one in. Bro, do you want this pamphlet? Yeah, bro, sure. There we go. And one from Aaron. We'll end it here. I don't like Russian dolls at all. They're just so full of themselves. There we go. And those are your daily dad jokes for this Thursday, September 4th. As always, you can send yours in live at KAHI.com, or you can call 530-885-3565. All right. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to check here in the... I'm going to check here. Sean, we actually might have a question here. Producer Adam, stop the music. I got some questions for you. But first of all, just anything that we should know. I was joking. I was going to ask you about the roundabout update.
Gosh. Yeah.
Actually, but seriously, where are we with? Is that a thing?
We got the encroachment permit for the city to do the sewer line relocation. So that's supposed to be starting this month, with the hope that the roundabout will be done by the end of the year.
Okay.
And a reminder to listeners that it's a Caltrans project, not a city project. The city's only replacing a sewer line.
So one of the things that they had talked about is like, hey, because I know with the middle of the roundabout, there was going to be some artwork or there was something that was going to go in there, but we're like, hey, we're just going to leave it paved in case we have to go back and do it later. But is that going to go forward? Is it going to be the full thing?
So the council approved the Arts Commission releasing an RFP to get an artist who's interested in putting some sort of an art there. So they got the responses to that. I haven't seen them yet.
Okay.
But we are hopefully going to get something there.
Okay, here's the controversial question. Not really. What's your call on? I actually really like roundabouts. I think they're a great solution.
Yeah.
What do you like from a city perspective, from a manager perspective? Is that something that you think that we should have more of? It's just right. Let's see how this one goes. And I guess it depends on the area that it's going on. But
it depends on where you're putting it.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at like traffic flow,
okay,
traffic goes through the roundabout faster, but it slows it down, so you don't get backups. The problem is if you have a roundabout on like this intersection and the next one there's a stoplight, that doesn't do any good. Because if people get through the roundabout and then they get backed up anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
interesting.
You need to have like all or none, or at least kind of a,
Well, and it's interesting too, because in Rockland there, they've got kind of the double roundabout there. If you're going down Rockland Road, right as you get off 80, if you take a right there and you've got, as you're going towards the railroad tracks, I'm trying to think of it, what is it, Pacifica or whatever?
Pacifica.
Over there. It's a double roundabout, so you're kind of like looping through a couple there. And I always kind of wondered why there were two there, but I guess it makes sense as you're pulling in and pulling through. I don't know. I'm a big fan of them. I like them, but you're right. As long as it makes sense and it's not if you have a stoplight right down and you're still backing people up in the roundabout, I can tell where that could be something that could be a bit of a problem. But I have a question here from Ray. Ray put this one in. He had a great question. What would you wish that Auburn has that it doesn't have? I know we were talking about hotel spaces as being one of them, more room for people to stay. But here's an example: an ice cream vendor that makes its own ice cream, like Treats in Nevada City and the Little Truckee Ice Creamery. Are there other things that we could add in here that you're like, man, I wish we had besides like the more hotel space?
Yeah, I think that this community, just because of how the fabric of the community, like those kind of niche things where you're making stuff like from scratch and selling it to the community itself, I think that makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's ice cream shop would be pretty nice. We have the Yeti for sure.
We've got Yeti. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, I think we need like a steakhouse.
Okay. All right.
Right? Like, we don't really have a steakhouse.
We don't have a steak. Yeah, that's a good point.
Quite a few bistros and some other stuff.
Yeah, a lot about. Hey, speaking of that, have you had a check to? I know basically the Hillmont's open now, and kind of a big thing. People have been waiting for that for a long time now.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to go over there and check it out, or talking to Jordan, the owner over there? Like, how are they doing over there? Because I know I was over there talking to him a little bit, and we were actually talking about you. If your ears were burning, very fondly, by the way. Talking about the Auburn right next door there, maybe some hotel space going on there, kind of getting more foot traffic downtown. But how is your view of that as far as it's going right now?
I think it's great. So I went in there the first week that they opened. I didn't eat.
Okay.
I did have a drink there though. And then I went and had a meeting there a couple of weeks after, and also didn't eat, but had a drink. So the drinks are really good.
I saw our fine mayor there as well. Sandy
Yeah.
was there, and she was sitting down meeting some friends. Had a little bit of a drink there too, which was it's great. It's nice
But
that you can kind of go in there and sit down for a little bit. You don't
Yeah,
have
it's
to eat.
great.
Yeah.
Their food, from what I've seen, is really good.
Yeah,
And
I
then
tried it. I
the
tried the
ambiance is
tuna.
awesome.
The ahi tuna is absolutely delicious. My wife and I split a plate. By the way, it was very, very good.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool place.
It is,
So so it's very cool. It seems like it was super busy. I know that we were there when they did the cruise night as well. So it was kind of a nice thing to like. I went in there and the gal looked at me. She's like, it's like an hour and a half wait. And I'm like, it's fine. The kids are home. They're taking care of themselves. We
Yeah.
can go look at some cars. Like it's fine. Are there any plans as far as the city goes to do? I mean, I know now we're in fall and we've got winter coming up, but do we have like the cruise night and just more plans to get more foot traffic in town that you've been talking to folks about, or like getting, because I know it takes something, right? Because we shut down the streets. So obviously the cars aren't coming in,
Right.
but like more, I guess more pedestrian. And what I'm thinking is, because I really like it, and I know it's a time of year, but you think about these European, they kind of shut down the city centers every now
Right.
and again and make it more pedestrian. I know, like up in Mill Street, up in Grass Valley, kind of controversial to make the street just a pedestrian only zone. But do we have any talks like that here in Auburn? Can we do anything like that here in Auburn?
We haven't talked so much about closing Lincoln off 100%, like Upper Lincoln 100% to foot traffic only, but we have talked about it being a one-way, which would decreasing the amount of like potential conflicts, because that road's pretty narrow.
Yeah.
So that's been something that's been talked
Well,
about.
because all of the when you have cars parked on, especially when it's busy, you're kind of like navigating through especially if you have like a bigger truck. Coming in the opposite direction, you're like, I don't know how we're going to make it side by side here.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So it'd be a one way. Do we know like going up the hill or down the hill?
Yeah, they're
Like,
still looking at it. So that was part of the ARPA money that the city put into downtown.
Okay.
To do like basically like a street plan to figure out one-way traffic, does that work, all that kind of. So it's something that we've been working on.
Okay. Oh, that's really interesting.
But I do think, like the closing down, like at certain times of whatever, the weekday, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that I've been talking to the chamber about this a little bit and talking to Jonathan Wright, our economic development director, but about like having more festivals downtown that you can bring a lot of people in at one time, not specific to the races, but like, I don't know, like a fall festival kind of a thing, but have it be where the businesses are also open at the same time, so you get people going back and forth.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, because especially like there's some, like I get with the cruise night, like a lot of the businesses were still open. Probably some of them are open past when they would normally be open there.
Right.
But yeah, kind of coordinating that, I would imagine, would be really good for them, really good for everybody, just to kind of walk in. There was one, it's just like, it was air conditioned in there. Like, thank God. Like it was a little art studio there, and we walked around and it was really nice. Like, had a chance to peruse and it didn't buy anything, but I'm like, oh, thank God for the air conditioning.
Right. Yeah.
And to go and we'll go back next time. But a question for you as we kind of look at things changing throughout Auburn. It's always going, we're talking about traffic and all of that good stuff. But when it comes to public safety, like what are we on track for that as far as our priorities for public safety? What does that look like, as far as priorities go? I mean, we've got Auburn PD just right next to City Hall right there. Auburn's finest, they pulled me over the other day. My headlight was out. They reminded me to go get my headlight fixed. Thank you very much for doing that, Officer Birkenstock. And no, but they're out there doing their job. When it comes to, do we have anything, again, if we've got pedestrians walking around and people, how are we addressing that here, or do we need to even address it?
Yeah, I mean, anytime we have those events, the officers they'll walk through and kind of just meander through.
Yeah,
as part of their duties that they're doing and beat and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we don't have specific POP officers anymore, so problem-oriented policing officers, but we do have the officers who are going through and kind of meandering and talking to schools. We have a school resource officer that goes and talks to the schools, and so we try to, they're really good about getting out and like mingling with the public. So it's an important part of their job. One of the things we've been talking about is potentially doing like bike patrol.
Oh, okay.
That's come up a couple times. The only concern about that is just having enough people to make sure that we can get somebody out on a bike, but then also have people in cars that need to do the rest of the
Right.
patrol because the city's kind of spread out.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because you think of like the city proper, and then we've got the Highway 49. I know that kind of goes outside of town there,
Right.
so we've got all of that to cover. But yeah, that's pretty interesting to kind of think all about that. Now, I know we hear like Cindy Gustafson, supervisor there, gives updates about at the homeless shelter and like how many beds are open and everything like that. And we have questions about all the fencing that's up around. You kind of think over there by Home Depot and Atwood and everything like that. Is that anything that the city is directly involved into, or is that more of a county thing?
All county.
Okay. Is that something that the city takes into account as far as, folks within the city limits here, or how do we address that just as a city? Is that something that's
address homelessness?
Yeah, as far as like how do we help these folks? Is that the city's responsibility?
It's everybody's responsibility, right?
Okay,
Because
yeah.
if we have a high homeless population, that impacts people wanting to come here, and it doesn't, bring visitors, all that.
Right.
Plus, it's just not, nice to. German, you don't want to have people like out on the street.
Yeah.
Humanitarian reasons, but
yeah.
So we have one of our pop officers is actually retired from the county who worked with the homeless folks. So she's done a great job of getting, like people going out multiple times and contacting them, trying to figure out how to get them into services so they can get towards housing.
Yeah.
And then we don't have a ton of like actual like homeless people here. We have transits that come through.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then they're typically going just going through the city, going somewhere else.
Okay.
There are some.
Okay.
And we try to, like I said, we try to have one of our officers reach out and try to get services as much as we can.
Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Well, hey, by the way, if you were just calling in, if you had a question for Sean, call back. I didn't want to interrupt him and pick up the phone there real quick. But yeah, if you got a question, please call back in and we'll put you on here to make sure you have your question asked. Kind of, Sean, as we're wrapping up here a little bit, as kind of thinking about what Auburn's looking like. We've got a lot going on. I know that we've got the general plan that's going on.
Yep.
How remind us again how the city fits into the general plan as far as the city, the county, how that's all working together?
So
looking forward, what, like 30 years or something?
20
like that?
years out.
20 years. Okay. 20
So
years
each municipality has its own general plan. So the city has one, the county has one separate.
Okay.
But it's basically setting out. They call it the Constitution of the city. So it basically looks at how are we growing, where we're going to grow to, zoning, all that kind of stuff, land use designations, safety.
Right.
All of the stuff that like makes a city is enveloped in the general plan one way or the other.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. It is kind of just like, because I know like everybody had a chance to voice in and chime in on that and do it. Do you get approached, and I'm sure as you're out and about, what's maybe a question that you're getting asked the most, whether it's by business owners or just residents of the city here, or folks just on the street? Is there a question that's like, hey Sean, what about this?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the vacant buildings that we have. And so we're doing, we have an economic development director trying to figure out how to get those buildings filled. Some of them are difficult to fill because of the like ADA issues and historic buildings and all that stuff, but Jonathan Wright has done a great job of trying to get folks into those buildings.
Okay.
So that's a big one. Cannabis has been kind of a big topic of conversation lately.
That's right. Yeah.
And so just for folks, so they know, we have a workshop coming up on September 17th at 6:00 in the Rose Room, just to kind of gather community input on that.
Okay.
And if you can't go to that one, there's a virtual one on September 24th on Zoom that folks can get the link for on the city website.
On the website. Okay.
That's been a big one. General plan stuff's been a big topic of conversation. The industrial park has been a big topic of conversation.
Is that out by the airport? Is that the airport?
No, it's over. It's kind of back behind Echo Valley.
Oh, okay.
The feed store.
Yeah. That's right.
At the end of Blocker Drive there.
That's right. Yeah.
That
lot over there. That's right. Yeah. Okay. What are the prevailing winds? And if you don't want to make any predictions on this or where it's going, kind of leave it to the folks to the side as far as the cannabis, because I know Sandy, our mayor, was talking a bit about that the other day, just trying to explain. I could kind of tell I think she was trying to be basically as neutral as possible when trying to just lay out the facts and the details, like, hey, we're just doing research. Do you have a feeling one way or the other of how the city's feeling about that, how folks are feeling about that?
It
seems like a big deal.
It is a big deal. I think that when I talk to people, nobody really has like major concerns. There's always, there's like, where do you put it and that kind of stuff that's important and trying to figure all that out. But that's kind of the point of these workshops, is we want to get as much community input as we can.
Yeah.
Because right now we haven't really had a whole lot of folks coming and talking about it, right? So council, we talked about it at the council meetings 3 different times, I believe. And there's maybe 2 or 3, 5 folks that come up and talk, and then that's about it.
Okay.
And 2 or 3 or 5 people doesn't represent a community of almost 14,000.
Sure.
So we want to get as much, kind of input as we can. There's also a survey that's on the city website for people to be able to go on and comment on as well. So
and like the big, obviously, I'm sure a big draw is just revenue would be coming. It's just another way for the city. Again, kind of wherever you fall on the line of cannabis and legality and whatnot. At the end of the day, kind of for the city is probably looking at, well, is this a source of revenue, and can we kind of incorporate this in with everything else that's going on? I would imagine.
Yeah, there's a revenue component for sure to it. It's not really the only, like, the primary reason. There's multiple reasons for it. So, I mean, if you go on, like, there's a thing called Weed Maps. You can go on Weed Maps and put in your address, and it'll show you delivery times to get cannabis delivered to your house anywhere in the city.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. You can go outside of the city. There's a couple, like, kind of smoke shop, CBD kind of places. One of them has a kiosk that you can order it at the kiosk, and they'll deliver it to the parking lot.
No kidding.
So it's sort of like it's around us right now, and I think that the perspective of council, some of the members of council at least, and some of staff too, is that, if it's all around us, are we missing an opportunity for revenue? Sure. It's a little bit of kind of table stakes too, because it's legalized in the state.
Yeah.
There's one in Grass Valley. There's one in Nevada City. There's quite a few in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, I would see the logic of that. Like, well, if it's already happening around us anyway, is there a way that the city could just say, well, let's centralize that here. Let's open this up. And I think Sandy was saying, the way that they do them now, it's not like you've got some, I don't know, whatever your picture would be of a tacky,
zigzags
guy
sitting in for,
tie dye all on the outside or whatever that looks like. Actually, there's a comedian that I follow online. He has this thing of, he goes up and he shows the outside of a building, and the trivia game is he'll show the name of it. Is it a weed shop or a church name?
Yeah.
You just kind of was like, it's kind of funny how some of them cross over like that. But that is pretty interesting just to see. So again, when is that when are those meetings again? So folks, if they want to turn up for that, they can.
September 17th at 6:00. That's at the Rose Room at City Hall.
Okay.
The Zoom one is September 24th. And like I said, the link is on the website, and then there's also that survey on the website. So it's really important to get community input on this, because, council is representing the community.
Yeah, for sure. And if you have an opinion about it and you want it to be heard, then now's the time for it to be heard.
Exactly.
Yeah, one way or the other. So would there be a chance that it wouldn't happen if enough people are like, yeah, we don't want it here, then it would stop it. They say, let's not do it. Okay.
I mean, the council is going to take all that into consideration when they're voting, making the decisions. So.
Got it. Is there a spot? Do we have a spot for it yet of where we're thinking it would go?
Yeah. So the presentation that Jonathan did to the council last couple of weeks ago had different spots. So we're basically looking at C2, C3 zoning, which is kind of like we're looking at like up 49, the top end of High Street, a couple different spots like that. We don't want to put it in downtown. We don't want to put it in Old Town. So like a little bit on the outskirts of that.
Okay.
But we certainly don't want to, do anything that would negatively impact the business districts themselves. So.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Real interesting. Well, if you want to make your voice heard, you absolutely can. Where's the Rose Room? Actually, I see it. It's funny because I see it on Zoom every week. But if people are looking for it,
it's in the basement.
It's in the basement. Okay,
City Hall,
if you're going to City Hall, if you've never been to the Rose Room, just head down to the basement there, and you'll be able to find it right there and be off and running there for the meeting. Again, one more time, just for folks.
September 17th at 6:00 in person. September 24th on Zoom.
Okay, perfect, awesome. Well, I know we're running a little bit over time. I'm keeping you here a little bit longer than I probably normally have. So with that, Sean, thanks so much for coming in. We'll do this again next month. How about we do that? Be October already.
I know, it's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, awesome. Well, thanks.
And then it'll be Christmas.
Well, we've got the light parade. Like we've already been talking about that, right? So that's coming up a lot. Sean, thanks for coming in. Thanks for bringing in the dad jokes as always, and playing 3 headlines and a lie with us. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this.
This month at Sunrise Natural Foods, discover Red Remedies, expertly crafted natural supplements, now 25% off. On Wednesday, September 10th, meet Stacy Littlefield, the formulator behind Red Remedies. Stacy will be at the Roseville store from noon to 2 and at Auburn from 2:30 to 4:30, answering questions and helping guide you on your health journey. Contact Sunrise Natural Foods for details. Sunrise Natural Foods, made with life's best ingredients for you and your family.
If you love live music and want to be up close and personal with the band, there's only one place to go, the Torch Club. This hotspot is the place to be with 2 shows a day, Wednesday to Sunday. Check out the upcoming shows at torchclub.net or just drop by 904 15th Street in Sacramento. The Torch Club. There's always something happening.
Hi, this is Dr. Dahlia. Join me for my live call-in medical talk show that answers your questions right here on KAHI. On my show, we tackle issues like cholesterol, diabetes, women's health, children, geriatrics, relationships, and more. And with all that's going on in Washington, we even touch on government and policies.
Dr. Dahlia, weekdays from 9 to noon here on the Voice of the Foothills.
Join me each weekday morning right here on FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI, the voice of the foothills.
41 minutes past the top of the hour, 8:41 a.m. Well, gang, we went a little bit long today, but totally worth it. Finding out all the information from City Manager Sean Rebay, talking about all of the things. Ray, thanks for sending out your questions there as well. And to you, listener, actually, Ray had a great question. What do you wish Auburn had that it doesn't have? I'll put it out to everybody, and we can pass that along to Sean and eventually go to the council. So what do you wish that Auburn had? Or your town where you're at, what do you wish they had that it doesn't have? Let me know. LIVE, that's live at KAHI.com. Would love to know what you would love to see as well. There's lots of things going on. Sean says there's still open rooms, so maybe there's some ideas that we can have that we can pass along to Sean and the council as well. And as we're getting ready to wrap up, I hope, as always, that you are being kind, being honest, and being yourself. And remember, you can't hate somebody if you're hugging them. Have a fantastic birthday if today is your birthday. We're going to head back now to JT in the Morning, already in progress, and I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.
If they didn't take the clot shot, they were denied their religious exemption, and there you went. Now we actually have honest brokers. A doctor at the University of Virginia told somebody not to get a COVID shot because it has been connected to coronary issues. But you're right, Maureen, you're right that we're finding this out in 2025, even though we were asking the questions in 2020, and 5 years is too long. How many people died? Now, here's the free market constitutional way that is tragic, though it may sound: hold people financially liable. If the government knew that they were doing weaponized virus research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, even if it was in the effort to make a fast rollout vaccine for soldiers facing bioweapons in the field, damn it, the American people need to hear that our opponents in even Cold War are developing weapons to make our soldiers sick. I think we'd be a little salty about knowing that, don't you? So when the truth comes out, you hold those people accountable, and that's how you punish. It's just like being in a free society. You can't stop somebody from stealing from me, but you can punish them thoroughly and publicly so the next guy doesn't do it.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Bill O'Reilly here. You are listening to the O'Reilly Update. Coming up next, the news with Mike Slater.
Thank you, Bill. It's Thursday, September 4th, 2025. Here's what's happening today in America. A predatory incursion, the Palestinian youth movement, COVID back in California, and a deal in the works in NYC. It's all coming up. Then Bill's going to be here with your message of the day. But first, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit ruled 2-1 against President Trump. The court took issue with the word predatory incursion. The court ruled a country's, like Venezuela, for instance, they're encouraging its residents and citizens to enter our country illegally is not the modern day equivalent of sending an armed, organized force to occupy, to disrupt, or otherwise harm the United States. Trump says he can activate special deportation powers under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act because states like Venezuela have been actively sending their citizens here. The Alien Enemies Act is triggered if there's a formal military invasion or a more loosely organized predatory incursion. This court feels that that standard has not been met. Supreme Court's going to be very busy coming up. Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas told the FBI that he believes the Palestinian youth movement is a dangerous and has almost certainly engaged in illegal activities. Aisha Nazar, she was speaking at the People's Conference for Palestine in Michigan the other day, where she openly called on supporters to disrupt the U.S. F-35 supply chain. It's a pretty wild video going around of her comments. She said, among other things, if one specific node of the F-35 supply chain is intervened in, it has a huge impact. She also said we need to be surgical, we need to be strategic, because there's many different points of these supply chains of death that we can intervene in, and we must intervene in. The Palestinian Youth Movement has released a document on how to sabotage the Oakland airport, among other airports, that are part of the transporting of different F-35 parts. COVID making a resurgence in California. High levels of COVID in sewage has been detected. Yes, this is the year 2025. You're hearing this right now. So masks are back in California. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis in Florida, which now has a lot of Californians in it, said that they are no longer going to mandate vaccines for any children to go to school. The Florida Attorney General said every vaccine mandate is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery. The New York Times is reporting on rumors that advisors to President Trump have discussed the possibility of giving Mayor Eric Adams of New York City a position in the administration. Same with Curtis Sliwa, which would then open up Cuomo against Zohran Mamdani, where he had a better chance if it's just the two of them. Could there be a game of 4D chess happening before our eyes? We will see. I'm Mike Slater from Politics by Faith. Bill O'Reilly has your message of the day. Next.
Homeowners, when is the last time you checked on your home title? If your answer is never, then this is for you. Scammers are stealing titles, and your equity is a target. Criminals forge your signature. Just like that, your home title can be transferred out of your name. That's why I partnered up with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Please use my promo code BILL at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report. Plus, you will get a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts of any changes, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code BILL. Time now for the O'Reilly Update message of the day. On this Thursday in baseball, if you never get a hit, you're taken out of the lineup. But in politics, it's different. There is no daily success failure barometer other than people voting. And victory at election time certainly does not always indicate worthy performance. What good has Senator Chuck Schumer done for the people of New York? The city may soon elect a communist mayor because poor voters cannot afford to live there. The justice system has fallen apart with no bail. Highest taxes in the nation. Schumer says and does nothing. How about Senator Mitch McConnell in Kentucky? Backroom Mitch single-handedly killed Kate's Law, which would have slapped onerous prison time on foreign criminals who defy deportation and illegally return to the USA. There are legions of them. Somebody tell the backdoor man. Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois is perhaps the worst. On his watch, thousands of Chicagoans have been shot dead in the streets. The vast majority, African American. When asked about President Trump sending troops to protect Chicago people, Pritzker told the press that Trump is trying to impose a Nazi dictatorship on America. Is there a psychiatrist in the House? The reason we have so many bad politicians in America is no accountability by the voters. So it's really our fault. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, name and town if you wish to opine. Now let's go to the mail. Paul on a message board. Let's give J.B. Pritzker credit where it is due. He welcomed federal help, just not the National Guard. FBI and ATF welcome. There is a stigma having military on our streets. Well, not for me. I mean, if I'm living in the south side of Chicago and I'm watching young people shoot each other dead, I'm welcoming the troops that will stop that. So there's no stigma to me. I don't know why there would be for anybody. We do not live in a dictatorship, obviously. Trying to protect the people here. Concierge member Kevin, what do the good people of Chicago, why do the good people of Chicago elect these crooked politicians? They are not problem solvers, just hungry power grabbers. It's not just Chicago, it's New York, it's LA, it's San Francisco, and I gave you the two reasons, ignorance and entitlements. That's why. Bob Loudy, Tampa, Florida. In 1957, President Eisenhower sent the National Guard to Arkansas to enforce the law that was about segregation, and it was no longer a state right. Why can't President Trump do it? Because it was a totally different thing. State of Arkansas was violating federal law. LA and Chicago haven't violated federal law. They refuse to protect their people. There's a difference legally. Frank Woods, Buffalo, New York. What message do you think Modi in India is sending President Trump by meeting with Xi and Putin? That Modi is going to do what he wants. Okay. Let's see how your economy goes. Modi has blood on his hands. India should not be buying Russian oil. That's it. In a moment, something you might not know. Cold and flu season coming on up. We all know it. And it really is nothing to take lightly. So when people start getting sick all across the country, medications disappear. Everybody wants it at the same time. So it's very, very smart to have a pharmacy you can count on, like All Family Pharmacy. Right now, they're helping Americans get ahead of the curve with 10% off antibiotics, antivirals, other essentials. You know how important it is to have the right meds when you get sick, particularly when your kids get sick. You don't want to be going into the doctor's office, spending all the time. You want to have them at your home. So if you have a few months' supply, you don't have to worry. And that's what we're doing here. If you believe in medical freedom, okay, and taking care of your family, as I do, this is the pharmacy for you. So please go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Bill. Use code BILL10 to save 10%. Now, the O'Reilly Update brings you something you might not know. 68 years ago today, the governor of Arkansas deployed the National Guard in that state to block black students from attending a segregated high school. In response, President Eisenhower dispatched the military to enforce integration and overwhelm the Arkansas authorities. Here is the story behind the Little Rock Nine. In 1954, the Supreme Court ruled that separate schools for whites and blacks were unconstitutional. The decision started the slow and often violent dismantling of segregation throughout the South. By 1957, Arkansas had already integrated several state universities. But when 9 black students decided to attend an all-white Central High School in Little Rock, protests ensued. On September 4th, Governor Orville Faubus ordered the state's National Guard to surround the school. Video of the 9 black students being heckled, screamed at, spit on, made international news. 3 weeks later, President Eisenhower issued Executive Order 10730, placing the Arkansas National Guard under federal authority and sending 1,000 troops from the 101st Airborne Division to Little Rock. That evening, Eisenhower addressed the nation.
The interest of the nation in the proper fulfillment of the law's requirements cannot yield to opposition and demonstrations by some few persons. Mob rule can not be allowed to override the decisions of our courts.
The next day, the Little Rock Nine attended Central High School for the first time. Soldiers remained on campus for the next 6 months. And here's something else you might not know. Despite the Supreme Court ruling, segregation in the South persisted. The last public school to bar entry to black students was in Clarksville, Mississippi. It finally admitted African American children in 1969. Back after this. Are you feeling the impact of recent timeshare industry changes? Now more than ever, the costs of timeshare ownership far outweigh the benefits. My friends at Lone Star Transfer are the only company I trust to help you get out. Our listeners' positive feedback demonstrates why I've supported the company for years. For more than a decade, they have helped over 20,000 owners get out of the timeshare. Their exclusive options can help you get out faster and easier, more than any other option in the country. They are the only company that will give you a written guarantee and release you from your timeshare in a specific time frame. With an A+ rating at the Better Business Bureau, and thousands of 5-star reviews, customer service is their top priority. For free consultation and a guaranteed solution, please call 855-551-7066. That's 855-551-7066, or go to LoneStarTransfer.com. Thank you for listening to the O'Reilly Update. I am Bill O'Reilly. For more news and honest analysis, please go to BillO'Reilly.com. No spin, just facts, and always looking out for you.
FM 104.5, K283CM, Auburn, and AM 950, KAHI, Auburn.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. A judge has reversed the Trump administration's cuts of billions of dollars to Harvard University. White House correspondent Greg Cluxton with the report.
A federal judge in Boston found that over $2.5 billion in federal funding cuts were an illegal retaliation for Harvard's refusal to comply with White House demands. The Trump administration had tied the funding freezes to Harvard's delays in dealing with anti-Semitism on campus. The judge's ruling is a legal victory for the Ivy League school, but the White House complained about an activist judge and said they would appeal the decision. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Lawmakers rallying support for a bill that would prohibit members of Congress and their families from owning and trading stocks. The plan seems to have momentum in the House, but may face a more difficult climb in the Senate. U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appearing before a Senate committee where he's defending recent personnel decisions at the agency.
I would like to address the recent shakeups at CDC. These changes were absolutely necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease.
He's stressing the need for, in his words, bold, competent, creative leadership at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Kennedy defending the firings that have taken place at the agency, saying the goal is unbiased, politics-free science at the CDC, which he says really bungled its response to the COVID pandemic. The hearing has featured a number of heated exchanges between Secretary Kennedy and Democrat members of the committee. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. The Dow is up 199 points. The NASDAQ composite adding 69. More at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-226-5454. That's 800-226-5454. 800-226-5454.
Israel is expanding its surveillance capabilities with a new satellite.
It's part of an investment to monitor the broader Middle East. Defense Minister Israel Katz said that the satellite will join Israel's existing roster of satellites and enhance its ability to collect images like the 12,000 gathered over Iran during a 12-day war earlier this year. Israel's decades-old space program has expanded its fleet with several satellite launches in recent years and is one of the few globally with high-resolution monitoring and intelligence gathering capabilities. Keith Peters, Washington.
Nearly 300,000 people have been evacuated in the past 48 hours from flood-hit areas of Pakistan's eastern Punjab province, bringing the total number of displaced since last month to 1.3 million. A new flood alert by India was shared with Pakistan through diplomatic channels early Wednesday. Breaking news at townhall.com. Here's the midday Wall Street Business Report.
The Trump administration is taking the fight over tariffs to the Supreme Court. It has formally asked the justices to rule quickly that the president has the power to impose sweeping import taxes under federal law. Newsmax has filed an antitrust suit against Fox News. It says Fox has sought to maintain its market dominance through intimidation and exclusionary business practices designed to stifle competition. Republican and Democrat lawmakers who agree on little else are rallying support for a bill. It would prohibit members of Congress and their families from owning and trading stocks. Shares of American Eagle Outfitters jumped 26% after the teen fashion retailer reported more than double second quarter profit that Wall Street was expecting. I'm Rich Thomason.
More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
You are about to listen to the Dr. Dahlia Show. Sassy, stimulating medical talk radio. Any medical advice Dr. Dahlia Wax gives on her show should not be substituted for an actual visit to your medical provider. And now, here's Dr. Dahlia.
We are back on the Dr. Dahlia Show. Thank you all for tuning in. 1-877-Dr. Dahlia, 1-877 DOCDALI. So, obviously, I mean, my favorite holiday is, Christmas and Hanukkah and Halloween. But my next favorite holiday is National Blood Donation Day. Woo, it's National Blood Donation Day. And I got to tell you, yes, we are celebrating. I'll write you all work notes. I don't care. Yeah, we should take the day off. And you know why we should take the day off? Not because I want you guys to party and get drunk on National Blood Donation Day. It's because I want you to go and donate some blood. That's what I want you to do. So as far as I'm concerned, work notes for everybody. This is a big day. And I know some of you are like, oh, Dahlia, you talk about blood donation all the time. Are you going to continue to talk to, oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about it all the time because we need blood all the time. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs blood. We need about 30,000 units a day across the country. And that's when there's no natural disaster or, God forbid, mass shooting, or an issue that's a massive car accident. We need tens of thousands of units of blood every day. So, yes, I'm going to talk about it because it's something that we need. But what makes National Blood Donation Day such to me, an amazing day is you got Democratic governors and Republican governors uniting. Politics are pushed aside today. And for this. And when you see Governor Scott, Governor Polis, Governor DeSantis, Governor Lombardo, all these governors proclaim blood donation days, it is amazing because it shows they're like, look, politics is politics, but health comes first. And to make this a priority and to put politics aside is amazing. And so National Blood Donation Day, the goal is, one, is to remind you that blood is needed all the time. 2, to urge you to donate blood. And if you can't donate blood, let's say you don't qualify because of your weight. I barely qualify. I was almost too skinny. See, it's radio. People don't see me. Yeah. That's it. I'm just too skinny. But for those of us that are really too skinny and not lying about it, or we have a medical condition that precludes us from donating blood, you could host a drive. It doesn't cost you any money to host a drive. You contact the blood bank. You let them know a day where you think your colleagues or coworkers will be able to donate, and you don't even have to pay for anything. They bring everything. They bring the chairs. They bring the crew. They bring the signage. They bring the cookies. They bring the juice. All you have to do is organize it and then take the credit for saving all these lives. So 1 pint of blood, we used to think it could save up to 3 lives. Now we find out there's so many parts to it that we could even save more. And, I love charitable work. And, I donate here and there and in terms of money, but this is to me even more important than money. And so donating blood, that money is not going to some CEO. It is going to the patient. And when I donate at Vitalant, I actually get a text saying your blood was given to a patient. Yeah, and then I look outside to see if they're, naked in the Bellagio like that one guy was, or I want to see what that person does. Do they run to Michael's and bathe themselves in glitter? Do they become a chocoholic? But no, the blood that we get is so vital for our organs and for our body systems that it's 1 unit sometimes isn't enough. Someone's in a car accident, they may need 100 units. So, we are still waiting on proclamations from Governor Newsom and Governor Hochul and Governor Abbott. So we still have some governors that have not, done their proclamation yet. But for the most part, the majority of the governors have united. And so, we really honor our blood banks throughout all this. If you see somebody who works at the American Red Cross, at Vitalant, at One Blood, at community blood centers, at LifeShare, at Blood Bank of Alaska, Blood Bank of Hawaii, Rhode Island Blood Center, Blood Bank of Delmarva. I can't list all the amazing blood banks, but if you do see anybody at these blood banks, please thank them, because what they do is so life-saving. And when you, God forbid, do go in, to the hospital and your blood levels are low, or you're severely anemic, or you're having a sickle cell crisis, thousands of units are needed a day for kids with sickle cell, God forbid, cancer, chemotherapy. Having a blood transfusion is so, sadly common. We need it so much. And, looking at some of these statistics, blood and platelets, are not able to be manufactured. And to see that, we need tens of thousands. They say at least 29,000 units of blood are needed. And according to the American Cancer Society, 1.9 million people are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in 2024, and many of them will need blood, sometimes daily, throughout their chemotherapy treatment. Sickle cell disease affects 90 to 100,000 children a year. I mean, and unfortunately, when they have sickle cell crisis, they need blood. So, thank you, Governor. Thank Governor Lombardo. Thank Governor Kotek. Governor, I can list all the governors. Governor Scott, Governor Beshear, Governor DeSantis, Governor Kemp, Landry. Thank all of them for all the support they give and what they do. And contact your local blood center, either at Vitalant, American Red Cross, One Blood. Contact your local blood center and say, look, how can I help? And even if you can't donate blood, they will give you suggestions on how you could help. Even just spreading the word. If you want to help save lives today, hashtag National Blood Donation Day or hashtag National Blood Donation Week. That is also going to save lives because it reminds people. One thing I just told one of the local news outlets is a lot of baby boomers and Gen X's donate blood because when we used to watch the news, there wasn't much of it. So whatever the news outlet said, you saw. Now the younger generations have so many other options that if there is a need for blood, they might not hear about it. They might not be watching the local news. They might not be watching the national news. And if a podcast or a TikTok video or something else isn't discussing how much we need blood, they may not know. So we are expecting fewer and fewer people donating blood through the younger generations just because they aren't aware. But I tell you, these Gen Zs and millennials are definitely stepping up because when they hear we need blood, they roll up their sleeves. So let's do this. National Blood Donation Week, 1-877-DOC-DOLLY. Hey guys, it's Dr. Dahlia. Fantasy football season is coming, but sadly, too many of you are taking the bench while the country takes part in one of the most exciting and lucrative industries out there. Don't know how to play? Well, huddle up and listen. Paul Kalikas and I have written a fantasy football pocket guide for beginners. This book walks you through the basics and shows you how simple and lucrative joining or creating a fantasy football team can be. Read our fantasy football pocket guide for beginners found on Amazon or follow the links on X and Facebook. That's fantasy football pocket guides for beginners. Don't be left out.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
This Labor Day weekend, escape to the rolling foothills of Auburn for 4 days of family fun at the 2025 Gold Country Fair. From thrilling carnival rides and kids' adventures at the brand new Kids World to up-close encounters with our finest 4-H and FFA animals in the livestock barns. Relax with a refreshing pour of the 2025 Fair beer, crafted right here in our community, and groove to live music across 3 stages. Classics and local talent lighting up the evenings. Don't miss the heart-pounding action of the Demolition Derby, plus monster truck shows on September 6th and 7th. Join us September 4th through 7th at the Gold Country Fairgrounds in Auburn. Tickets and full schedules at goldcountryfair.com. Bring the whole family and make some unforgettable memories. The Gold Country Fair. We've got a good thing growing.
Advertise with KAHI Radio, the voice of the foothills, and you'll reach those who matter most, your local customers for your local business. Here's Fred Penny of Penny & Associates to tell you why he uses KAHI Radio.
This is Fred Penny of Penny Associate Injury Lawyers, and I choose to advertise on AM 950 KAHI Radio because it works.
So call our KAHI sales team at 530-885-5636. That's 530-885-5636 to start your local advertising today.
Because KAHI cares. Here's another KAHI Community Bulletin Board.
Do you know of a senior neighbor, friend, or family member going through a difficult time? Perhaps you know of a senior that could use a burst of joy, or a senior that needs help overcoming a conflict they are facing. Silver Wishes of Placer County may be able to help. Silver Wishes grants wishes to help seniors overcome a challenge, help break up the monotony of a chronic illness, bring joy to those suffering from loneliness, or fulfill a bucket list item for someone facing a terminal diagnosis. Wish recipients must be residents of Placer County and at least 65 years old. For more information and to nominate a senior for a wish, go to www.silverwishes.org. That's www.silverwishes.org. Silver Wishes, impacting our seniors one wish at a time.
No spin, just facts. Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, inviting you to join me every evening at 7 on KAHI AM and FM. Monday through Friday at 7, the No Spin News. You will like it. No spin, just facts on KAHI, always looking out for you.
Dr. Dolly Show. Thank you all for tuning in. 1-877-DOC-DOLLY, 1-877-DOCDALI. Big thanks to Talk Media Network for making the show happen. Big thanks to Daniel, our producer. And big thanks to y'all for tuning in. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or X at Dr. Dolly, at Facebook, The Dr. Dolly Show, and on YouTube, click like and subscribe. So, we're seeing RFK Jr. get grilled right now before a Senate committee. And both Republican and Democratic senators are giving him a hard time. And one thing that is making headlines is that RFK Jr. says that he doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID-19. Well, that's true. None of us do. Apparently, the media is going after him for that. But he doesn't know how many. Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia asked Kennedy, do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID? And Kennedy responded, and I think correctly, I don't know how many died because of the quote-unquote data chaos, unquote, that came out of the CDC. And so Warner asked Kennedy if he thinks the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths. Kennedy responded that he would like to see the data and talk about it. Now, Senator Warner said, you have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved lives. Excuse me. Kennedy answered no. And that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. He said the data by the Biden administration was absolutely dismal. He's not wrong, people. The media is going to rip RFK Jr. apart, but he's not wrong. We all were asking, what is the data on people who are dying of COVID? I think people died. I think a lot of people died. But I don't know how many. The problem we had is we couldn't test for COVID originally. So we had people dying. People were dying of heart attacks. People were dying of lung disease. People were dying of stroke. And what really complicated matters, and I know people are going to be really mad that I'm saying this, is hospitals were not getting paid. People were coming into the hospital and not paying their bill. Why? Because they were on death's door. So hospitals are like, what are we going to do? We have a bunch of people coming into the hospitals. They're not going to pay the bill. They're going to leave and not pay. We're going to go under. So the government said that they are going to subsidize diagnoses that are COVID related, which I think is proper. But then what do you think happened? If a hospital thinks that patient isn't going to pay, they're like, you know what? You are coughing. Let's check you for COVID. And that diagnosis was added to a lot of people. In fact, I don't know if you guys remember me reporting on this. The CDC had advised in terms of death certificate that if you at all suspect that maybe COVID could have contributed to their arteriosclerotic induced heart attack, and COVID could cause heart attacks or their stroke or their respiratory disease, put it on the death certificate. Now, I think it should have said suspected, but people put it on the death certificate. So it was chaotic. And I had said early on, I go, look, I am no spreadsheet expert, but spreadsheets can be very easily used for those people that come in healthy or were healthy, get COVID, die of COVID. That's in one column. Those people who had a heart attack, where they might have also had COVID, and you can't tell if they just incidentally had COVID or the COVID caused a heart attack, that's in another column. And those individuals that came in for something else, but coincidentally, wow, you tested positive for COVID also, that's in a third column. And then you give us the data of those different columns. But instead, it was all lumped in. And we were being told that millions and millions of people were dying of COVID. Once the tests finally came out and we were testing, we also had false negatives. The tests weren't that good. We had some people not testing positive. We had some people testing positive for months. RFK Jr. is correct. There isn't enough data or data you could trust. And so, the senators are making a big deal, saying that the Health and Human Services Secretary doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. I don't know either. And you want to know what? If RFK Jr. said, I think 952,486 people died, I would be like, whoa. We saw what happened with the data. Are you sure? He answered exactly how he should answer. Now, COVID killed. We know COVID killed. We saw people healthy, get exposed, come down with COVID and die. We saw young people die. We saw kids die. We saw older people die. Yes, COVID did kill. We just don't have the numbers. COVID contributing to people's death or COVID causing a direct death? Those numbers need to be split into two separate columns on a spreadsheet. Those are two different data sets. We don't have it. It was so chaotic. People were overwhelmed. Somebody died. It looked like they had COVID. It acted like they had COVID. It's COVID. But if you remember, it got so ridiculous that there was roadkill, right, in some of these roads. And people put a sign next to the deer or the raccoon or the rabbit saying, COVID killed me. And police, law enforcement had to say, well, you guys, please stop, displaying roadkill with COVID signs. But I bring that up because Americans were aware that the accusation that COVID is killing all these people was still in a gray area because we weren't testing. And if we were testing, the testing was still faulty. And we thought that there was a political narrative that people were trying to make so that they could lock us down. Now, I haven't been able to hear the whole testimony. I think they're currently on break, and they're going to come back on break. But, if RFK Jr. is saying, we don't have the numbers, I can't say. The World Health Organization said that there was about 1.2 million total deaths from COVID-19. From COVID-19 directly, or did somebody having a heart attack just coincidentally have COVID? By the way, hold on one second. Let me see. Sorry. I don't have the George Floyd autopsy results with me right now, but the George Floyd autopsy results said he was positive for COVID. So are they going to say George Floyd's death was COVID related? He actually was positive for COVID, and he had fluid in his lungs. Now, he didn't die from COVID. He had a medical event when he was being put into the cop car. He starts to scream that he can't breathe. And while the cops were waiting for the ambulance, they had him on the ground, knee to the neck. Well, he was in medical distress. Before they put the knee on his neck, he was saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So they shouldn't have put him in that position. But then while he was still in that position, he said, I can't breathe. So people thought it was the knee to the neck, but still not the safest position to be in for somebody who, if you see the video of him trying to put in the cop car and he was able to kick himself out of the cop car, saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. He had a medical condition and then he ends up dying. So the multiple factors leading to his death, I don't know if they're all on his death certificate, but is the World Health Organization counting the George Floyd death as COVID also? So we're going to be looking a little bit more at what's happening with the testimony, but the argument that Democrats want to make is COVID killed, and it did, and that the vaccines are necessary so COVID doesn't kill again. From what I'm understanding, RFK Jr. is not getting rid of the vaccines. He is just saying we do not have to shoot up healthy, infants and pregnant women with the vaccine if their doctor doesn't think it's necessary. If their doctor does think it's necessary, the vaccines are there. But you see, there's money involved. The pharmaceutical companies need these senators to fight for it so that America buys more and has them on hand. Now, I would like us to have the vaccines on hand, but if you remember, these vaccines have a very short shelf life. So we do need to make a decision. How many people need the vaccine? And who needs it? And are the side effects, do the benefits outweigh the risks? 1-877-Doc-Dolly.
Looking for a gift that can actually help secure someone's future? It's Mark Falter's new book, Common Sense Income Strategies. It makes the perfect gift for that special someone in your life. Mark has helped thousands of hardworking Americans secure their financial future by using time-tested strategies that continue to create wealth, whether the market is up or down. Strategies that will make perfect sense once you take the time to read this powerful book. Common Sense Income Strategies brings to you what Mark has been teaching in person and talking about on the radio for decades. You've worked too long and too hard not to see the fruits of your labor. To learn how to receive your free copy, call 866-764-2635. That's 866-764-2635. Secure your future with Common Sense Income Strategies by Mark Falter. Again, to learn how to receive your free copy, call 866-764-2635. That's 866-764-2635.
California headline news. Numerous homes and structures destroyed in the Tuolumne County community of Chinese Camp. Part of the TCU September lightning complex fire, burning thousands of acres. This resident saying cleared vegetation helped keep the flames away from his property.
Well, we were very, very blessed. And my heart and my prayers go out to the folks across the highway, even up on the end of this road. who didn't get to keep their homes.
Over 10,000 lightning strikes recorded on Tuesday, following a federal judge's ruling that President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to California was illegal. Governor Gavin Newsom reacted on social media.
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk.
Several healthcare workers in Santa Barbara fired in connection with a TikTok video mocking patients. The video showing 8 workers posing near patients' bodily fluids on exam tables. Gas prices averaging $4.60 a gallon. Jeff Scott, California News.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words micro, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 micro. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you.
Thursday weather forecast is calling for mostly sunny skies today. Temperature this afternoon in the low 90s. Southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, 60 to 65, and very light winds. A little bit cooler in the mid-80s or so on Friday, mostly sunny skies, and low 80s over the weekend. Should be a nice weekend, mostly sunny skies Saturday and Sunday. This is meteorologist Tim Root from FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI.
Naturewood Home Furnishings Labor Day Mega Sale is on right now.
It's enormous. It's big.
Everything in our gigantic showroom is on sale. Living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home office accessories, and a whole bunch more. Plus, the mega clearance is also on with drastically reduced clearance and discontinued items. Now 20 to 60% off. Naturewood, you know, the building with the water wheel. Tell them Brooklyn Nova and Orion sent you.
We are back on the Dr. Dahlia Show. Thank you all for tuning in. 1-877-DOC-DALI, 1-877-DOC-DALI. So I wrote a fantasy football pocket guide for beginners. For those of you that want to get some skin in the game, I love fantasy football. It's actually Fantasy Football Week, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But, even though I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, the Ravens are my number 2. And boy, do I love the Ravens. I watch the Ravens all the time. Well, you could just imagine how excited I am for former NFL All-Pro Ovi Luhaley coming on the show today to talk to us about fantasy football and give some timely tips for managing stress during fantasy football season as we're kicking off the Dentech Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Campaign. I love it. Ovi is currently co-host of the Believe in Falcons podcast. I know he's I know he's also was with the Falcons. I'm sorry, but I got to give props to his Ravens stint, and he is a network analyst. Welcome, Ovi. We are so happy to have you.
Thank you, Doc. I appreciate you having me on.
Oh my gosh, it is so awesome. And so, all right, it's fantasy football season. We need to prepare. Talk to us about this.
Yeah, so I was blessed, Doc, to be a actual football, a reality football player. I love fantasy football, of course, but playing reality football was such a treat. I played with guys like Ray Lewis, Deion Sanders, Tony Gonzalez, these Hall of Famers. As great as they were, they still understood that preparation was the key to victory. So now I'm helping fans prepare for something that they may not expect, which is how fantasy football stress can hit harder than a linebacker. And I've hit several. And that's why I partnered with Dentech for the Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Campaign, giving players ways to protect their smile from all the stress and nighttime teeth grinding that come with the season.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because you got skin in the game. And I just love it. You know, like I said, I wrote a book on the topic, you know, to get people ready and prepared to talk to us about the Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Campaign.
Well, it's just a fun twist on fantasy football. I mean, Dentech created the Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Campaign to tackle the jaw-punishing stress of the season with their top-rated nighttime demo guards. These guards defend against teeth grinding, but Dentech also adds a playful element to the stat-crunching, lineup-tweaking pressure cooker that is fantasy football. I love that they've launched this contest because it means that the last-place finisher of your fantasy league could face an epic, over-the-top, history-making celebration of their loss with NFL legends like Tiki Barber and Austin Eckler. So to recap, you lose your fantasy league, but you win by hanging out with a couple of NFL guys. Sounds like a pretty good deal.
Gosh, oh my God, yeah. So actually, I lost a crown. I lost a filling because of my teeth grinding. And yes, it was, you know, while I was watching college football at the time. But I was watching college football and I lose my filling because I grind my teeth. This is so true. Fantasy football really impacts our oral health.
It does. And fans don't realize it, but fantasy football stress can show up in your mouth, the last place you wanted. The rivalries, the close calls, the last-minute trades. Ooh, the last-minute trades cause plenty of teeth clenching and grinding. I have a friend who, in church on Sunday, he forgot to make some trades, and so he was out there on his phone texting, and his pastor called him out and said, what are you, making last-minute fantasy football trades? And he's like, yeah, I am. I'd be like, oh. Okay, well, hurry up.
Yeah, I know that.
Service here. So you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy.
So true.
That's where Dentech's nighttime dental guards really come in and save the day because it's designed to protect your teeth while letting you focus on your game day glory. Using a quality dental guard like Dentech's professional or their Comfort Fit models can help because they're BPA-free, super comfortable, and come with a 6-month guarantee.
Exactly. My dentist is recommending that Dentech's guard for me as well because I grind in my teeth. I grind when I watch football. But, you know, we have you, so I got to ask for your tips. You know, I go for receivers. I never go for quarterbacks when I start to build up my team. What are the tips that you give to build your fantasy team?
Love your strategy. It's great. But the first and foremost thing I tell everybody is that before you go and build your fantasy team, do the one thing. Take a deep breath and relax because it's supposed to be fun. None of this pulling out your hair and crying and, you know, rolling on the floor because it's not going your way. This is a game. It should be fun. A great way to make it fun is to join a contest like Dentech's Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Contest and turn those losses into laughs. But some other tips are, you know, draft for in your defensive line. Don't overlook your bench and find consistent performers, not just the big flashy names. And the most important thing is to always know your league scoring system because too many people are operating off of the wrong set of rules. So if you do that and you play smart, you can grind out wins without grinding your teeth.
Exactly. And they've changed them, especially with kickoff and, you know, and onside. And so who is your favorite pick for this 2025 season, 22 to 2026?
I like receivers, like you mentioned. Yeah, love the receivers like Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. You can't go wrong with the quarterback. That's an easy one. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, our fellow Raven. But I really like these running backs. Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, of course. But the one who's at the top of the mountain is Bijan Robinson. I love the Baltimore Ravens for drafting me, but the Falcons, they took care of me and paid me, made me the highest paid fullback in NFL history in 2007. And I also have a certain amount of love for people who are different. Bijan Robinson is different, and he can make your fantasy league pop, your team pop.
Exactly.
So if you can get you a Bijan, grab you a Bijan.
Exactly. Oh, Vigash, I can't wait to have you back. How can my listeners get more information?
Well, for more information, go to dentech.com/ultimate punishment for details on the Fantasy Guards campaign and how to enter the Ultimate Fantasy Football Punishment Contest.
Wow. Well, God bless you. Oh, I love you so much. I'm a huge fan. Good luck with your team this year. Hopefully the punishment that you get isn't as bad as some of the ones I've gotten. And protect your teeth. Thank you, Dentech, for helping us with this segment.
Thank you.
All right, 1-877-DOC-DOLLY, 1-877-DOC-DALI. So, our teeth, we don't think about that. I grind my teeth, I've had a lot of family issues and family stress I taught you guys about. And I think I lost a lot of my teeth. I really grinded it down, when we were going through the Obamacare years, because boy, did that change medicine and change my practice. But I seriously, I was watching some college football a few days back, and then there was something really hard, and I swallow it. And I was like, wait a second, I was eating a sandwich. What was that? And I immediately go upstairs and I lose my filling. Now, I'm really grateful that I don't have, but I'm about to need crowns and other things because I have grinded my teeth down to the gums. I don't mean to. And the problem I've had is with some of these guards, I've been worried about the BPA. Now, I like how Dentec has these guards that are BPA free. But I've been worried about having plastic and certain chemicals in my mouth for hours on end, mixing with the saliva and the warmth of your body, be 98.6. What does that do to it? And so, having now these better, safer forms to protect your teeth are important. And I got to tell you, I abused my teeth. I went to the dentist. I brushed my teeth. I dental flossed. But I got to tell you, if you guys look at my teeth, they are worn down and flat. And I guess, the average tooth should be at least, I guess, 1.5 centimeters, not counting its root. And my teeth are probably 1/3 to 1/2 centimeter. And now my back molars, they're almost down to the gum. And we grind our teeth when we potty. We grind our teeth when we listen to a radio show. Not mine, but other people's. We grind our teeth when we watch the news, and we grind our teeth when we watch football. I also grind my teeth because I worry, about, oh no, God, he took a bad hit or did get a concussion or so I take football pretty seriously. Fantasy football is wonderful. We're going to be talking about fantasy football a little bit, but we'll get back to the news for now. 1-877-DOC-DOLLY. Don't go away.
Hey guys, it's Clyde. We've had a lot of requests for Ground Zero merchandise, so we put together an online store with a big variety of high-quality items. I'm really excited to let you know about these things. We have a lot to offer you and your loved ones. In addition to our regular apparel, such as T-shirts, beanies, hoodies, and hats, we've expanded our product line with posters, flags, aprons, mugs, and a whole lot more. We also have Ground Zero collectibles, along with a limited edition of items like a Clyde Lewis canvas portrait, a Ground Zero embroidered jacket that will certainly make for great gifts and for interesting conversations with family and friends. And we now offer publications such as Ron Patton's book about mind control, MK Zine, and back copies of the official magazine of Ground Zero while it was in print. Paranoia, the Conspiracy Reader, also coming in 2023, are updated and revised books that I've written. There's a secure and easy-to-use shopping cart for your purchases. So shop today at our official store by going to groundzeromerch.com. Again, that's groundzeromerch.com.
Hey, America. How tired are you of mainstream corporate media's biased narratives and manipulated news? Their dishonesty and attempts to influence this generation have been exposed, put on display for anyone who's even half paying attention. But the New American magazine has been an honest source of news and commentary for over 50 years. This is your opportunity to receive the stalwart of principled journalism at a deep discount. Picture a beautifully published magazine arriving at your doorstep twice a month, packed with insightful stories written with integrity. It's also available digitally on the New American's mobile app. Get up to speed with intelligent coverage from a freedom perspective. Right now, for a limited time, the New American is available to radio listeners at a 25% discount on a new subscription. Visit thenewamerican.com/radio25 and receive 25% off. Subscribe today at thenewamerican.com/radio25.
If you love live music and want to be up close and personal with the band, there's only one place to go, the Torch Club. This hotspot is the place to be with 2 shows a day, Wednesday to Sunday. Check out the upcoming shows at torchclub.net or just drop by 904 15th Street in Sacramento. The Torch Club. There's always something happening.
Because KAHI cares. Here's another KAHI Community Bulletin Board.
Hey, you can join the Piers Auburn Center Walking Group. Placer Independent Resource Services emphasizes that walking helps seniors to limit sickness, boost endorphins, improve heart health, build bone mass, and improve balance. All this in just 30 minutes a day, and it's free. Meet at the Auburn Recreation Park at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesdays every week. The Senior Center Walking Group walks a beautiful, fully accessible path around Recreation Park at 123 Recreation Drive, right off of Auburn Folsom Road in Auburn. Please wear appropriate footwear. Hydration is always important, and understand that there are risks, both foreseeable and unpredictable, with any exercise, and that your consultation with your doctor is advised regarding whether you can safely participate in a walking club. Walks could be canceled due to bad weather, so call Colleen at Piers 530-885-6100 or 1-800-833-3453 to verify during inclement weather.
I can't believe we have to make this commercial.
It's ridiculous.
You'll think it's ridiculous too. Listen to this.
This commercial is about, well, it's about parents being rude at high school athletic events.
Ridiculous, right?
It gets worse. Studies show more than 75% of new high school officials are quitting because of bad adult behavior.
So now there's a shortage of refs here in California. In almost all sports.
No officials means no more games.
Is that what you want for us?
Come on, parents.
It's time to grow up.
Cheer for your team.
Be proud of your children.
But stop being so ridiculous.
And don't make us run another commercial.
Because we will.
This message presented by the California Interscholastic Federation and the California State Athletic Directors Association, reminding you to always practice good sportsmanship.
Hey there, KI listeners. Producer Adam here to remind you to listen to Chris in the morning along with Matt Ray and America's First News. Get all the local news, weather, traffic, and local events you can handle, plus a healthy dose of daily dad jokes. Chris in the morning with Matt Ray, 6 to 9 a.m. here on FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI, the voice of the foothills. I never miss it, and neither should you.
We are back on the Dr. Dolly Show. Thank you all for tuning in. 1-877-DOC-DOLLY, 1-877-DOC-DALI. So, crime was at ridiculous levels in our country's capital. And our country's capital reflects on us. So, seeing that there's carjackings, rapes, couples walking out of a museum and getting gunned down because they were Jewish, this is not representative of our country. And if the D.C. police force, God bless them, are overwhelmed, it is the president's duty, our commander-in-chief's duty, to help them out. And how does he help them out? With National Guard. If he didn't help them out, people would criticize him. It's just something you do. Well, now, Washington, D.C., rather than thanking him, although they did acknowledge that crime is going down, rather than thanking them, saying, look, you are making our job easier, this is very, very cool, instead, they're suing him. The Attorney General for the District of Columbia announced today that they are going to sue Trump over the deployment of National Guard troops within the city's boundaries, saying that the violation amounts to an unconstitutional, quote, involuntary military occupation. The suit alleges that President Trump has run roughshod over a fundamental tenet of American democracy and that the military should not be involved in domestic law enforcement. Now, I'm under the impression that if people are at risk and a city is not able to maintain the safety of American citizens, it in fact, he's mandated to step in and help. So the lawsuit comes after Trump has had the National Guard there, I think, for now, 19 days? But he has voiced an interest in, with the success he's having in D.C., maybe he could get things back on track in Chicago, Baltimore, New Orleans. California has already started their legal battle because of the ICE protests. When people were getting hurt, we saw a body lying on the sidewalk. We saw mayhem with that. The National Guard was there to make sure that citizens would not get hurt. That's what they have to do. Federal judge in California blocked Trump's decision to deploy troops to L.A., known as the Posse Comitatus Act. It limits the use of military for domestic purposes. According to D.C. Attorney General, in a statement to CBS News, Brian L. Schwab said, deploying the National Guard to engage in law enforcement is not only unnecessary and unwanted, but it is also dangerous and harmful to the district and its residents. They say no American city should have the U.S. military, particularly out-of-state military, who are not accountable to the residents and untrained in local law enforcement, policing their streets. It's D.C. today, but it could be another city tomorrow. So what do the people want? So I'm seeing videos of, a woman in her car saying, look, I'm at a four-way stop. I could roll down my windows. I don't fear getting carjacked. So she seemed happy. You see videos of people walking around Washington, D.C. at night. Just, saying this is incredible. Now, if the criminals are saying, oh, I don't like this, okay, yes, they do have a voice. But if the non-criminals are saying, thank you, I'd rather listen to the constituents and the people who live in D.C. than the judges and the politicians. Now, White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson said in a statement that President Trump was well within his authority to deploy the National Guard in Washington. Since mid-August, nearly 2,300 National Guard troops have joined district police's force. I think at first it was supposed to be 600 to 800, but they needed more. So now they're stepping up visible patrols around the city. We're not hearing that there's curfews, that people are getting arrested for running to a local 7-Eleven. They are patrolling to make sure that a carjacking doesn't happen, that an engaged couple is not walking out of a museum getting gunned down because they're Jewish, that are interns and aides and assistants to our legislators are not getting beat up or mugged or hurt. They say more than 50 years ago, Congress granted the district the right to self-governance and control over local matters, including maintenance of public safety and order. They say Congress did not get presidential authority to participate in local D.C. law enforcement as he sees fit. So this Judge Schwab said, Congress granted the district the right to self-governance and control over local matters, including maintenance of public safety and order. Are they doing their job? Are they maintaining public safety and order? You aren't hearing Trump say that, the National Guard needs to go to Pahrump, Nevada. Or, I don't know, Yarrington or Ely. You're not hearing that. You're hearing I think 54 people were killed over Labor Day weekend in Chicago alone. I mean, this is worse than a war. I mean, are more people dying in Chicago than they are in Kyiv? And Ukraine is at war with Russia. When do we protect our citizens? But you see, politics, it's all about the next election. They want to make it sound like that Trump wanted to rule these cities and take over like a fascist. And Trump says that he is following what people want. People wanted a secure border. They wanted the economy strong. They wanted gas prices down. They wanted egg prices down. They didn't want to pay for people's student loans. They don't want to pay for healthy young men with no kids to be on Medicaid when they could be working. They didn't want to pay tax on tips. They didn't want to pay tax on Social Security. And they didn't want to be gunned down for their religion. Trump's making good on that. If it means he has to utilize, which he legally has the authority to do, the National Guard to help protect the citizens and to follow the mandate that Americans gave him when they voted him in, that's what he's doing. And mind you, growing up in a family who was massacred by the Nazis and, having grandparents that escaped the Holocaust, trust me, I am one of the first people to look for any signs of the rise of Nazism or fascism. And I'm telling you right now, I see none of that with Trump. I don't want, bloodshed and people fearing to live in their own city. In Philly, that man walking his dog at 7 o'clock at night, 2 people mug him, but he goes, I don't carry my wallet, I'm walking my dog. So they shoot him point blank in the chest. And he drops dead. This is not America. I mean, everybody's fearing the president. They're not fearing the president. They're fearing each other. And so I think we're going to see a lot more of this. You have Chicago, mayor say, I don't want Trump's troops here. Well, then control the city. Yeah, I've been, watching The Shield, and I watched it, but we're kind of watching the shows again, and they talk about, well, gosh, it looks like we're not in control if we let somebody bring, troops in. Okay, this is that 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Asking for help is what good leaders do. And would you rather have the high death counts, or would you rather show that you worked with the president and got crime down? I think the latter looks better on your resume. 1-877 Doc Deli.
Looking for an easy read that can actually help secure someone's future? Pick up a copy of Mark Falter's book, Common Sense Income Strategies. For the past 30-plus years, Mark has helped thousands of hardworking Americans secure their financial future by using strategies that continue to create wealth, whether the market is up or down. Strategies that will make perfect sense once you take the time to read this powerful book. Common Sense Income Strategies brings to you what Mark has been teaching in person and talking about on the radio for decades. It's not rocket science. It's a pretty easy read. You've worked too long and too hard not to see the fruits of your labor. Common Sense Income Strategies is available now on Amazon or by calling 866-764-2635. That's 866-764-2635. Common Sense Income Strategies by financial fitness show host Mark Falter. Secure your financial future.
Placer Farm Supply is celebrating 75 years serving our community. It was wonderful to see everyone who came to our Customer Appreciation Day. For those of you that could not attend, we are still running specials on diamond lemon rice and alfalfa hay. We are welcoming spring with our new garden center, including flowers, herbs, vegetables, soil, and adorable pots. Stock up on your supplies for your flock and pick up some baby chicks. They are sure to go fast with all the demand, so come down soon. Supply is limited. Placer Farm Supply for all your farming and ranching needs.
I'm Frederick Penny, host of Radio Law Talk, the most exciting, entertaining, and sometimes informative radio show on earth. Listen to us live on KAHI, the voice of the foothills, every Saturday morning, 9 to noon, here on FM 104.5 and AM 950. You can also find us on KAHI.com and the KAHI app. Remember, that's Radio Law Talk, live 9 to noon every Saturday, right here on KAHI, AM and FM, the voice of the foothills.
FM 104.5, K2A3CM, Auburn, and AM 950, KAHI, Auburn.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott.
Texas lawmakers have passed a measure that would let state residents sue out-of-state abortion pill providers for as much as $100,000.
That would include drug makers, doctors prescribing the pills, and anyone who mails the medication. It's the first legislation of its kind in any state. Supporters hail it as a tool to stop medication abortions, which remain available despite being illegal in Texas. Abortion rights groups deride the measure as a bounty hunter bill, saying it would encourage private citizens to engage in a form of legalized vigilante justice. Governor Greg Abbott is an opponent of abortion and is expected to sign the bill into law. It would take effect in December, though legal challenges are likely. I'm Ben Thomas.
President Trump considering a red state for the next move in his anti-crime push. White House correspondent Greg Clugston.
After complaining about crime in Democrat-led blue states, the president says he could deploy the National Guard to a red state.
We're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago or do we go to a place like New Orleans where we have a great governor?
The Democratic governors of Illinois and Maryland sharply opposed troop presence in Chicago and Baltimore, but Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry is a Republican. Greg Clugston, the White House.
Forecasters say Hurricane Lorena is weakening and should become a tropical storm. However, life-threatening flash floods and mudslides remain a risk for parts of Mexico's west coast. The National Hurricane Center has also issued watches for parts of the U.S. Southwest, where heavy rainfall, that's up to 15 inches, could lead to scattered flash flooding. On Wall Street, stocks have been higher. The Dow is up 188 points now, the NASDAQ adding 72. More at townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Pakistan remains inundated by devastating floods.
Officials say nearly 300,000 people have been evacuated in the past 48 hours from flood-hit areas of Pakistan's eastern Punjab province, bringing the total number of displaced people since last month to 1.3 million. Authorities were struggling to divert overflowing rivers onto farmlands to protect major cities as part of one of the largest rescue and relief operations in Punjab's history. A new flood alert by India was shared with Pakistan through diplomatic channels early on Wednesday. It was the second such alert in 24 hours, following heavy rains and water releases from dams in India. I'm Karen Chamas.
Portuguese officials focused on establishing the causes of the crash of a Lisbon streetcar popular with tourists that killed 16 people and injured some 21, 5 of them seriously. That downtown streetcar is known as Elevador da Gloria. Breaking news at townhall.com. Governor Ron DeSantis says Florida deserves another congressional seat.
The Republican governor blames the Census Bureau for shortchanging Florida based on the 2020 census number. The nation's third most populous state gained only one additional seat for a total of 28 in the House of Representatives. DeSantis argues that an undercount of almost 3.5% missed around 761,000 residents. The once-a-decade census figures are used to divvy up congressional seats among the 50 states in a process known as apportionment. Rich Thomason, Washington.
Florida plans to become the first state to eliminate vaccine mandates. State Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo describes current vaccine requirements as an immoral intrusion on rights. However, Dr. Rana Alyssa, chair of the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, says removing vaccines puts students and school staff at greater risk. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
about to listen to the Dr. Dahlia Show. Sassy, stimulating medical talk radio. Any medical advice Dr. Dahlia Wax gives on her show should not be substituted for an actual visit to your medical provider. And now, here's Dr. Dahlia.
We are back on the Dr. Dahlia Show. Thank you all for tuning in. 1-877 Dr. Dali, 1-877-DOC-DALI. So in Nevada, students went back to school, I think second week of August, early August. New York City students are going back to school today. They say nearly 1 million of them heading back to school today. However, it's going to be a little different than last year because apparently there's a cell phone ban. The cell phone ban was signed into law by Governor Kathy Hochul, approved by the city's panel for education policy this summer. This is going to be a definite change from what we've seen in previous years. And according to the New York Post, they hope that it's going to improve stalled academic performances. I agree. Each of the Big Apple's roughly 1,600 public schools now are tasked with coming up with their own policy as it pertains to cell phones. It might take months to fine tune, but this is not going to be easy. I'm a little confused how we got to this point because, okay, I went to school in the 80s and then I went to college in the 90s, the medical school in the 90s. And so in the 80s, if I pulled out my calculator, I would get hit with a ruler or something thrown at me unless they said, pull out your calculators. If we're allowed to pull out our calculators, we could. If not, those calculators had to be hidden and gone from sight. Same thing with writing notes. I would write notes to boys. I think you're cute. Do you like me? Check the box. Yes or no. A lot of times I got the no check mark. But anyway, you would hide the note in class. So you would think that after the 80s and the 90s, when kids would be going to school, they would also learn to hide the bubble gum, to hide their notes, to hide their phones. But I did a guest lecture at one of the local high schools a few years back, and half the kids were on their phones. And the teachers are like, put your phones away. They weren't scared of the teacher. I was terrified of all my teachers and professors. These kids, they were just on their phones. When did that lackadaisical attitude start? So that means they could have their calculator out when they're doing their math test because they have their phone? Phones away should be a very easy rule to follow. But instead, we had to, the governor of New York has had to make a law. Now, is it that teachers are so bridled now with all the rules on how to discipline a kid that they just are afraid to discipline kids? Now, I'm not saying it should go back to the way, but I was spanked by teachers. Dolly, come up to the front. You're getting your spanking. And I remember one teacher would just smack us in the butt with his cane to keep us in line when we were walking to the cafeteria or walking in line somewhere. And that was in the 80s. Now, I'm not saying that we don't want anybody hitting our kids, but, there's got to be a something in between where it's, look, we said no. Now, what also used to scare me is they would call my parents. So if my parents got called, I'd get the belt. It didn't matter what they called them for. If they had to be called and disrupted, I would get the belt. Now, I don't want kids disciplined like that anymore. But do kids fear if their parents are called? If somebody says, I'm going to call your mother, they're like, and? I'm going to call your father. Well, if you do speak to him, tell him I haven't seen him in 10 years. What is going on here? Because it used to be, I'm going to call your parents, or you're going to do detention, or nobody fears that. So they're playing on their phones. If a teacher says phones away, the phone should be away. But Governor Kathy Hochul of New York signed the Distraction-Free Schools Bill into law earlier this year, which requires smartphone restrictions in K-12 schools statewide beginning for this school year. It was backed by the teachers union, approved by the New York City Panels of Education Policy. Under the policy, students will still be able to use the devices during their commutes, but they are going to have to fork them over once the bell rings. Now, see, this is what I think. And really quickly, they say exceptions will be made for students who use the devices for medical purposes like monitoring insulin or for those who are directly responsible for the medical care of a loved one. I'm not sure how many 8-year-olds are in that position, but maybe. But see, here's my thing, though. If, God forbid, there is a school shooting or an emergency, I do want the kids having quick access to the phones. So I would, and I've suggested that there be, you before you sit down, it goes into the, you know how they have those, they're made of fabric and they have all these little pockets, and each pocket could be labeled. You throw it into the pocket or the cubby and go sit at your seat. But the idea that the phone is far, far away, we need kids to be able to access their phone so they could call the police if they need to. Why? Because we're living in a different world. School shootings are a lot more common than they were when I grew up. And we do want kids to be able to notify their parents if they need to or call 911. But it could be in the same classroom. Either the cubbies are up front or the cubbies are to the side. All phones in there. And if somebody says, I didn't bring my phone to school today, fine. But if they get caught, they go to the principal's office or the vice principal's office. Now, the city gave $25 million to schools to cover the steps necessary to implement the phone ban. Storing the devices, ensuring a system exists for parents to contact their kids in an emergency. We've been talking about this for years, so hopefully they do have a plan. There's also capping of no more than 20 students per class in the early grades, no more than 23 students in 4th through 8th grade, and no more than 25 students in a high school class by 2028. They also plan on hiring thousands of additional teachers. Apparently, they spend $42,000 a student per school year. So we'll see what happens with that, but I hope it does help their grades and their academic performances. 1-877-Doc-Dolly. Everyone, Dr. Dahlia here. As you know, blood banks across the country have declared critically low supplies. In response to this, governors have united for National Blood Donation Week. September 1st through the 7th is National Blood Donation Week, with September 4th, National Blood Donation Day. And we are hoping this encourages millions of Americans to donate blood. When crisis strikes, the blood needs to be in the hospitals ready to go. But remember, the units need to be processed days before. And thousands of units of blood are already being used by hospitals on a regular daily basis. So blood supplies need to be prepared and delivered year-round. If you can't donate blood, don't worry. Please host a drive or even spread the word. It all saves lives. You could sign up to donate blood or host a drive at drdahlia.com. Follow the link to National Blood Donation Week. That's drdahlia.com. Remember, 1 pint of blood could save 3 lives. Imagine what the whole country could do.
Let's face it, guys. We're living in times where the truth is becoming more suppressed and censorship is increasing at an alarming rate, especially on social media platforms. It's Clyde, and I want to tell you about a safe and secure digital playground we put together just for you. It's aftermath.media. You get access to thousands of Ground Zero archives and podcasts, along with our private social media groups with your basic membership starting at only $7 a month. Each subscription includes tech support, access to the RSS feeds, along with our own chat room and Telegram channel. In addition, the premium membership includes research study groups, webinars, a document and movie library, a live video stream of Ground Zero, a monthly Zoom chat with me, and other bonus content. Be sure to check out our yearly specials as well. Sign up today while you're thinking about it. Sign up at aftermath.media. Again, that's aftermath.media.
San Francisco Giants baseball is on the voice of the foothills, KAHI, AM and FM.
And this is hit high and deep and out of here. Into the blink
Archers, a two-run homer, 4-0 Giants. The throw to first, it's high, pulling the first baseman off the bag, and there's nobody at the plate. Jung-Hoo Lee very alertly sprints home to score the run.
This month at Sunrise Natural Foods, discover Red Remedy's expertly crafted natural supplements, now 25% off. On Wednesday, September 10th, meet Stacy Littlefield, the formulator behind Red Remedies. Stacy will be at the Roseville store from noon to 2 and at Auburn from 2:30 to 4:30, answering questions and helping guide you on your health journey. Contact Sunrise Natural Foods for details. Sunrise Natural Foods, made with life's best ingredients for you and your family.
This is Jana from Jana Johnston Photography. I advertise on KAHI Radio because it helps me reach people throughout the foothills who are looking for the best pictures to capture their memories that will last a lifetime. Whether it's a wedding, engagement, graduation, or celebrating a newborn, KAHI Radio connects me with my target audience like only radio can. Thanks, KAHI.
To advertise your business on KAHI Radio, contact the KAHI sales staff at 530-885-5636 today.
You can't protect what you don't love. You can't love what you don't know.
For nearly 150 years, American Humane Society has been a promise and a guiding light in the world of animal welfare. Our commitment to rescuing, caring for, and protecting animals sets a gold standard in care and compassion. As pioneers in the field, we've grown into a global authority, trusted to lead the way in nearly every arena of animal protection. Our innovative programs touch the lives of over 1 billion animals each year, spanning conservation, humane farming, filmed entertainment, zoos and aquariums, service dogs, military, rescue, and working animals. Our science-based certification programs are a seal of approval that is not easily earned. We are the guardians of those who cannot speak for themselves. Join us, and together, we will create a more humane world.
This is Stephen Hill. Catch Hearts of Space, Sunday nights at 8, here on the all-new FM 104.5 and AM 950 KAHI. The same voice of the foothills, more powerful than ever.
Back on the Dr. Dolly Show, 1-877 Doc Dolly, 1-877 DOCDALI. Big thanks to Talk Media Network for making the show happen. Big thanks to Daniel, our producer, and big thanks to you all for tuning in. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or X at Dr. Dahlia, Facebook, The Dr. Dahlia Show, and on YouTube, click like and subscribe. So the Senate hearing has ended where senators were grilling RFK Jr., and it got heated for part of it, and I'm going to, after I donate blood today, try and watch the whole thing. But of the bits I watched, I think RFK Jr. gave correct answers. One such question he was asked is, do you know how many people died of COVID-19? And he said, we don't know how many people died. And of course, the senator was like, wow, what? How do you not know? How do you know that? And I think we all remember what happened a few years ago. It was absolute chaos. And he even said during the Biden administration, it was chaos and they didn't have the numbers. And not to blame Biden, but if you guys remember, back in late fall 2019, people were getting sick and they were testing negative for flu. They were getting really sick by December. And people were dying and we weren't sure why. Then January hit. Well, end of December, we learned, okay, there's a novel coronavirus. Not necessarily the same as SARS from 2002, but it was a novel coronavirus that was affecting people, which I had thought was possibly leaked from a lab a few months prior, which would have put it back to August of 2019. So now people are coming to the hospital still with flu, still with heart attack, still with stroke, car accidents. But in addition, we also saw severe lung disease. We also saw strokes in people that we didn't really think were going to have a stroke, or heart disease, or myocarditis, or pericarditis, and other things. And some of these individuals were getting really consumed quickly with cytokine storm in their lungs. They were having unique pictures on x-rays and CT scans. And once we realized it was COVID-19, right, because COVID from 2019, we started identifying, well, that could be what this person has. We did not have testing right away. So it was assumptive. And the CDC had said, look, if you don't know exactly the